good. And all the time. And that's his nature. Wow. Let's give a hand up to God and give all that. God is great. Are we ready for today? Yes. Today is our last day. We still have to pull through. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 presentations to make. It will be 1 online. And I'm sure that's like we did yesterday, we'll do it again today. Amen? Good. We're ready to start. Our judges are here. Good morning, our judges. They are busy scribbling. May the best woman be with. Reverend Amy, please come and say a prayer for us to open this day. Thank God for the gift of life. And then we shall kick it off with St. Joseph and Perry University, who are here very much on time. Please join me welcoming Reverend Emma with a warm hand.
Someone in the control room would you love to give and we say a prayer together. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we bless you for giving us an opportunity to come back here to speak of the word. As we teach each other about Jesus Christ, we know that even as we run the race, it is all about you. And it is not about competition, but it is all about informing our minds and informing others. And at the end of it all, the first and the last will all go home with a package. Father, Jesus Christ, we pray that you give us the opportunity that we will speak about these things and live the positivity of them. And at the end of it all, our nation Uganda will be different. Father, this nation does not lack people who are educated, but people who are cultured enough to make sure that humanitarian grounds are leveled. Father, we pray that you give us the grace that us who are here and discussing these issues and these matters and analyzing them, that they will affect our own doing of things, and at the end of it all, we'll be better Ugandans. So we believe and trust you, and we thank you, Jesus Christ, for the last presentations yesterday. We pray, Jesus Christ, that you give us the presentations that we need, and today you take it to another level, and we'll see you do more wonderful things in our lives. And at the end of it all, the winner shall glorify your holy name, and we will all run the rest the last. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and trust. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Messiba, for that very powerful prayer. If you share you have had, even the first and the last will go home with packages. So, if you share, I hope we all have packages. Do we have our timekeeper? Is the timekeeper around? Yes, timekeeper, please come and take your position. Thank you, you did a very good job. Please acknowledge the work of the timekeeper yesterday. Timekeeper, thank you very much. You did a good job. St. Joseph, can we take our position? St. Joseph University in Barara. Could you please welcome St. Joseph? If you don't welcome, we shall not welcome you. So, St. Joseph Barara, please take position. Thank you, good chair. Thank you very much. St. Joseph has been known, it's 20 minutes, and the rules apply as they apply yesterday. Okay?
Once the judges give us a nod, the timekeeper gives us a nod, then we are ready.
Judges and the other staffs at large, I greet you all. Our evening summer University of St. Joseph Barara. Allow me to give the mic to my fellow colleague to introduce herself to you, and we will go ahead and submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone here. My name is Angelas Florence, a student at the University of of St. Joseph Bar. So that means me and my fellow, we are representing the University of St. Joseph. Today we are discussing the right to freedom of expression and assembly in Uganda. Progress or decline discussed. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the keywords here. Right. What is right? A right is something correct, proper, or moral choice, or something that is true or correct. Secondly, freedom. What is freedom? Freedom is the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants. Thirdly, assembly. That is the action of gathering together as a group for a common purpose. Before I continue, I would like to tell you that the freedom of expression, on a smaller extent is in progress in Uganda. Therefore, meaning that on a larger extent, the freedom of expression and assembly in Uganda is in decline. So I continue. Freedom of expression is the right of one to express himself through ideas or feelings freely through speech, writing, and other forms of media such as television, radios, newspapers, internet, and social media. So, freedom of expression takes place in three aspects, which include the right to seek, to receive, and to impart information. These three aspects deal together. If they do not move together, it means then the freedom of expression is not content, or is not in purpose, or in position, or in a correct appropriateness. Therefore, according to Maina Kiai, former United Nations Special Reporter, he quoted, "The right to express grievances or aspirations for change through peaceful protests lies at the heart of any democratic society." In Uganda, courts have recognized that freedom of expression is a hallmark of democracy that enables citizens to criticize and assess the performance of their government at the same time dune them. Therefore, I continue by saying freedom of expression is protected at national and international level. What am I trying to mean? At the international level, we see Uganda has adopted instruments that require it to promote freedom of expression. And these include Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Then at the regional level, we see that freedom of expression is protected under the African Charter for Human and People's Rights, also known as African Charter. Therefore, the laws in Uganda that guide the enjoyment of these rights are the Press and Journalists Act. Secondly, we see the Uganda Communication Act 2013. And then thirdly, we see the Computer Misuse Act. And fourthly, we see the Penal Code Act, among others. Therefore, I'm now proceeding to talk about the progress of expression, of freedom of expression in Uganda. Internet access has incrementally increased in the past year from 22% to 44%. That is, 22% was in 2016, and therefore currently we have 44%. The 44% came in 2017, meaning that the percent that increased was 22%. Furthermore, we see that there are no more reports of deliberate government interference with mobile phones or internet networks during the coverage period. What am I talking about? Though the government has placed restrictions on connectivity in the past, but currently we see there are 26 telecommunications service providers that offer both voice and data services. There are 26 communication service providers that offer both voice and data services, including MTN, Airtel Uganda, Uganda Telecommunication Limited, then Africell, which was formerly known as Orange Uganda, then we see Vodafone, then Smart Telecom, among others. Therefore, all services providers are privately owned, except those that are government founded. But when we are talking, the government founded, like Electricity Transmitted Company Limited, which is licensed public infrastructure provider, and UTL, which government took full ownership. But apart from the government taking full ownership of the services or the providers, then it means that the other telecommunication or other services are private owned. Therefore, conclusively, we see that the Uganda Communication Commission also provides information about the regulatory process and quality of service and issues licenses for ICT infrastructure and service providers. That is 23. The Commission's funds come mainly operator license fees and a 2% annual review on operate profits. Therefore, allow me to take this opportunity to give my fellow brother to do the continuation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to bring more clarity on the discussion of today, we continue discussing, trying to reach the goal or the theme of today, building back better, realizing human rights in the post-COVID-19 era. Because the background, according to the current status quo of the observation of human rights, we need to realize that human rights have been violated to a larger extent. The right to freedom of expression and association is what we are discussing today. But in the due process of violating those two rights, we see that other rights are also violated, because the right to health, for example, in quelling the demonstrations of the people or masses intending to assemble for a common purpose, we realize that the health is interfered. There is psychological torture and physical torture of the the people that are being engaged in these demonstrations. Prior is that these we see that these protests are arranged by unarmed civilians, but by the end of the day, we realize that they are being violated by the police interfering, using arbitrary exercises such as tear gas, firing, and use of force on unarmed civilians, which is contrary to the Constitution of Uganda, which allows citizens to protest whenever they feel like they have grievances or aspirations that they need to influence the policies that are guiding them. First and foremost, it is true, Ugandans vote, but it does not depend on the members they have voted that their rights are always observed. We need to realize the role of the civil society in policy making. For example, if we don't allow continued expression of Ugandans about their grievances, how would the members of parliament, for example, come to know that the people on ground are not fine with what is going on about their social, economical, and political rights? Yeah, so the denial of the freedom of expression and association is a denial of many more rights, as we are discussing today. What is the freedom of association? First, its very basic form. Freedom of association is the right to form and join groups of people. Such groups can range from different types, such as informal groups like Mara Group, because it's a right of choice. It does not depend on the government to intervene and chase away people, as long as they intend to join for Mara Group associations. Formal organizations have also been violated in form of NGOs, companies, partnerships, among others. Therefore, for the case of partnerships, businesses are interfered. This means that the economic rights of Ugandans are violated. For the case of NGOs particularly, those that are critical with observation of human rights in Uganda have faced the biggest challenge in this. Therefore, the freedom of expression has vivid examples of it being violated. For example, 9th of January, Facebook shut down dozens of accounts it claimed were linked to the Ministry of ICT. The company said that the ministry had used fake and duplicate accounts to enhance its popularity ahead of the elections. On 12th January, President Museveni allowed the Facebook and others to interfering with the electoral process, and the executive director of the Uganda Communication Commission ordered telecommunication companies to immediately suspend any access and use of social media and online messaging platforms and services providers, such as Airtel, MTN Uganda, and their subscribers were announced to the suspension. The government broke the internet for 5 days. This means that during that period of time, politicians were not communicating to their supporters. And most especially, we realized that much as this was going on outside there, the campaigns were also taking place in partiality. Campaigns of the incumbent government were left free to go on, while the campaigns by the opponents, the critical observers of the government, for example, the Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu campaigns, specifically on 25th of January, when the High Court lifted the house arrest on Robert Chagulanyi and his wife. So we realized that a lot has been done in violation of the freedom of expression and association. Particularly for the freedom of association, on 20th August, the Non-Government Organization Bureau, an official body responsible for regulating non-government organizations, ordered the immediate suspension of the 54 organizations, claiming that they had failed to comply with the non-governmental organization legislation, including the opening under expired permits, which is bureaucracy. Since these organizations are advocating for the rights of people, we hope that they should be left free to perform. Less than so, they are also encrypted in that after getting this permit at the national level, you still have to go ahead and make sure that you have another permit at the local government level where you're going to execute the advocacy. Therefore, these bureaucracies have led to marginal observation of the human rights. Also, on 20th August, the non-government organization Bureau suspended the activities of African Institute for Energy Governance. Between 6th and 13th October, the police arrested 4 of its staff in Hoima and Bulisa town and the west and the capital Kampala. They were all released on the same day without charge. Why were they released without charge? This means that the detention was unauthentic. On 22nd October, the NGO's Bureau Instructions Police in Kampala arrested another 6 members of staff for operating without permit. This was further violation of the freedom of association and assembly. After observing that, do we take lessons automatically? Yes. We have recommendations that we place forward, and we hope that if these recommendations are put in place, then we are building back better and realizing human rights in the post-COVID-19 era. We recommend that the government, for the immediate ending of the harassment, threatening, and abuse of the rights of journalists, those found culpable and guilty for these crimes should subsequently be prosecuted. We recommend that the UPDF and the Uganda police cease from interfering in the work of journalists. The UPDF could concentrate on protecting the borders and the people of Uganda rather than interfering with the rights of citizens. This will encourage the freedom of expression and assembly as per the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Going back, taking you back to the little progress that we had discussed earlier before here by my fellow presenter, we realized that the telecommunication companies that we have seen as progress are themselves not progress in the long run, because there is lack of privacy, since the communication through these media are tracked by the government, particularly by the Uganda Communications Commission. Therefore, limited end-to-end encryption is on social media, and less than so, privacy is not protected, which marginalizes the freedom of expression and association. Then we also realize that much as we see progress is on the usage of mobile phones, we need to go ahead and realize that it is limited, in that the percentage of Ugandans who have access to mobile phones is small, and the percentage of Ugandans who actually know how to utilize these mobile phones is smaller. And we realize that the poverty line of Uganda is 30%. This means that very few people can afford to meet up the social media taxes. What does this mean? That it means that access to information is further limited by such procedures by the government. Therefore, we go ahead and recommend that in the due process, the due process should be followed in the event of the suspension of broadcasting licenses, media platforms, and telecommunication companies, taking into consideration the right of both the journalists and the media owners. Thank you very much for listening. I remain Ahawe Edwin, first year, University of St. Joseph.
Another round of applause for Edwin and Florence, first year. Thank you, Edwin and Florence. That was St. Joseph University in Mbarara, putting up a good fight on the right to freedom of expression and assembly in Uganda. Progress or decline? Thank you very much. We will now invite our second contestants from Makerere University. Harry Mwesigwa and Mabirungi, please take position. Hey, are we clapping or not?
Have you thought about this? Words are just words, right? The word building, for example, is simply just a word. And in fact, you could give it various of meanings, right? So is the word back. So is the word better. But you see, we humans have been given something I want to say is a superpower of putting together words and transforming them into life-changing sentences, slogans, phrases. We build proposals that change people's lives using just words. So have you thought about how the three words building back better came to be coined together? Well, some people have associated it more with Joe Biden's campaign slogan. However, the true origin of these words was a reconciliation and reconstruction program after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Now, the words are used as a way of bringing back hope after disaster. What we are going to be doing today is taking you on a reconstruction journey after the disaster of the abuse of the right to freedom of expression.
And on that reconstruction journey, let us fly back in time, 1644, England. A famous writer, John Milton, made an impassioned plea for freedom of expression. He wrote and said, "Give me the liberty to know, to utter, and to speak freely, above all other liberties." This predisposes the significance of the right to freedom of expression. But again, what is freedom of expression? Well, it's fairly simple. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand what this right means. The freedom of expression is the right indeed to impart ideas, to receive information, and to also be able to disseminate it. The freedom of expression in Ugandan jurisprudence is a compound of many rights. It is a whole bouquet. It comes with the right to associate, the right to assembly, the right to conscience, the freedom of religion, the freedom of movement, and all these other things. But more importantly, freedom of expression cannot be dissected or divested from the freedom of conscience. We have to first be free in the mind with what we think in order to be able to utter. Therefore, freedom of expression comes from within us.
And if any of you has heard about the phenomenon of the social contract, we know that we intentionally give some of our rights and freedoms to the state in exchange for protection. The state, therefore, then makes laws almost about everything. So this freedom of expression too is subject and is provided to by both national and international law. Nationally, it is provided for under Article 29 of the 1995 Constitution. Internationally, it is provided for under Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as Article 19 of the ICCPR. So our argument here is that the problem is not that there is no law. The question is, does this law actually guarantee the right to freedom of expression?
And in answering that question, does the law guarantee the right to freedom of expression? There is an important ingredient you cannot miss when you're talking about human rights in the Ugandan context. And that is that whereas Article 29 of the Constitution provides for the freedom of expression and assembly, this right is not an absolute right. It is the position of the law that the right is not absolute and may be subject to certain limitations in certain circumstances. Article 43 of the Ugandan Constitution is instructive in this case. Article 43 legislates that any right can be limited in the public interest. However, because the framers of the Constitution knew the fragility of human rights and their fundamental importance, they added a specific clause. The framers stated that public interest in the limiting of the right to freedom of expression shall not permit political persecution. Secondly, which Justice Molenga in the case of Onyango Bo called a limitation upon a limitation. It is stated in the article that any limitation must pass the test of being acceptable and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. That means that if Parliament is to legislate, and for example, legislate the Public Order Management Act, seeking to impose a limitation in the public interest.
If there was no expression, right? For example, if slaves didn't revolt or laborers didn't revolt against poor working conditions, today there would be no labor laws, there would be no labor rights, there would never even have been freedom for slaves. So what we are saying is that when you violate the right to expression, you are violating very many other rights. What we are again saying is that expression is fundamental and is key to change in society. Otherwise, the whole argument is that, unfortunately, we are not doing well as a country.
Unfortunately, indeed, Uganda has had a murky history of not really doing well with the freedom of expression and assembly. Back in time in history, Uganda had a president, President Idi Amin, who famously stated that I will guarantee you the freedom of speech, but not really the freedom after speech. Interesting. Well, in the Ugandan context, when you look at our turbulent history, it is arguable that the rights that have been violated the most are the freedoms to expression and also the rights to assembly. For instance, in 2008, the Constitutional Court at the Bank of Gavo declared that the Police Act, specifically Section 32, was unconstitutional because it didn't pass the test of being acceptable and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. Immediately, the government ran back to Parliament, contravening Article 92 of the Constitution to overturn a court decision when it legislated the Public Order Management Act. The Public Order Management Act included the same provisions as Section 32 of the Police Act, which was that the Inspector General had the powers to disperse any assembly. He literally had the powers to tell someone, you shall not protest or you shall protest. In the event, we saw that the Public Order Management Act was used as a weapon by security forces to curtail free speech and assembly, especially among the opposition ranks. In the 2016 elections, curtailing the free speech of presidential candidates, John Patrick Kamamba Mbabazi, in the 2020 presidential elections, until the time it was declared unconstitutional by the court again. But even when it was declared unconstitutional, the police continues to act as if there is no court decision in the present place. Moving forward, freedom of expression has been curtailed not only in repressive laws like the Public Order Management Act and Police Act, but also in terms of Parliament enacting laws that prevent the interaction and expression of people within the social media circles. A case in point, the Computer Misuse Act. The Computer Misuse Act creates offenses such as offensive communication. Many people, public activists who have come out to criticize the government, have fallen short of the grip of this act. Stella Nyanzi, for example, was arrested and convicted simply because she wrote a poem, a long poem about the mother of the president. Kakwenza Ruchira Bashaija was arrested and tortured under the same guise that he offensively communicated. Even when he was tested in the Uganda prisons, the doctor who tested him, Dr. James Chisambu, stated that there was enough evidence that he had been tortured. But why? Because a man decided to speak up. There are many cases of the Uganda Communications Commission that has also come up and tried to impose restrictions, guaranteeing that journalists must obtain licenses to practice, shutting down the Menza stations and the radio talk shows, trying to shut down televisions and etc. But all this curtailing of the freedom of expression in Uganda has been twofold. It has been against majorly the opposition and the critics of the government. And that is where we fail in as a country. Therefore, whereas we look at the ruins and the failures that we have faced within Ugandan jurisprudence and our trajectory with the freedom of expression, there is a glimmer of hope. And the glimmer of hope is that we can build back better.
What he has just done is take you through a journey of the ruins. Because in order to build back better, we need to understand what the ruins are. So how do we build back better? We have recommendations, just 3 of those, but we want you to take keen notice of our point of perspective. First, the Parliament must carry out assessment of all the laws that are relating to freedom of expression. Hear me, stay with me. They must harmonize these laws so that they are speaking the same language that Article 29 speaks. What I mean here is, let's just look at one law, and that is the Computer Misuse Act, right? So Section 25 of this Act condones and prohibits willful and repeated use of electronic information to disturb peace. What does disturb peace mean? Quite subjective. What is disturbing to them might not be disturbing to you. So when a certain Swaibu Nsamba in 2016 posted a photoshopped picture on Facebook of the president in a coffin, and his caption was, "I'd mourn the death of the president." I'm very sure many of us would, some would agree that it is abusive, others would not agree that it is offensive information. So what does this term mean? Where we come from is that we are saying that the phrase disturb peace isn't defined anywhere in this act, yet it is being applied. What that means, it is opening up a door for very many misinterpretations, just as has already been happening. We've already explained the Stella Nyanzi situation. What we are then again saying is that we stand on these lacunas in the law, that unless they can be reconciled and revised to speak the same language, because, for example, this section are not defining what disturb peace means it is actually in contravention of Article 28 of the Constitution, which says that all laws must be clear. So if the law is not clear, it should be revised to speak the same language clearly as Article 29. Our second recommendation is very simple, that there have already been, for questions that are in existence in accordance to the freedom of expression, there have been court decisions that have spoken into these gaps. So the recommendation is that these specific decisions should be actually applied. What that means is, take the case of Anju Mwenda 2005, take it, move it along with the African Commission Declaration Principles on the Right to Freedom of Expression, which have elaborately explained that public figures should be able to take up a certain degree of criticism. Again, explaining that especially public figures should be able to take in a certain degree of criticism because they are fallible. They are in a place where they could make mistakes. So ideally, they should be criticized. However, even with these decisions, we still have the same things reoccurring. And because the decisions have not been applied, then there remains a gap between the law and what actually happens on the ground. So we need a kind of reconciliation. Otherwise, in a democratic state such as this after COVID, we wouldn't be having the cases of Kakweza happening if these laws, if the decisions in the courts were actually applied. The last thing that we want to recommend is that post-COVID, there is more use of social media than there ever has been. However, our contention is that the body that is regulating these activities, social media, is one that is not independent. Hear me again. So, Section 9 of the UCC Act gives power to the Minister of ICT to appoint everyone that sits on the board of UCC. This is a minister. What that means is that they put the UCC under direct control of the executive. What that means is that it cannot be independent. We shall continuously have internet shutdowns. people being denied licenses. We shall continue to have people being blocked, websites being blocked, and all these kinds of situations. Our proposition, therefore, is that in light of this problem, and even when we argue that it might be impossible in such a country to have a body that is impartial, a body that is independent, our contention is, if as a country we cannot push and be able to ascertain that we propel ourselves to recognize global standards of governance, then we might as well say we don't have a freedom of expression. So it is a bitter, it is a road of sacrifice that we have to take, but we need an impartial body to regulate what is happening on social media, not a body that is subject to the executive. Therefore, our projection is that we can build back better. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of realization, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of commitment, but surely it is something we can do. Scholars have already argued, we know what to do. The police shouldn't beat people, the police shouldn't show up. But if the police itself is not aware of maybe decisions that were made, if the police itself is still acting on laws that still contravene freedom of expression and rights, and these laws have not been put in realization with Article 29, even if the police knows maybe they are not supposed to beat people, they could have a defense in this very law itself that should be protecting the people. Therefore, we end and say that it is possible to build back better.
And so we are back in this journey where we began, building back better. I will bring again John Milton's impassioned plea that every single yearning of every single Ugandan is that we ought to have the right to free speech, the right to utter, the right to speak freely above all other liberties. And as she has said, it is a work that is big before us. It is a mammoth, it is a mountain present before us. But we cannot continue bewailing and looking back at the ruins and saying that all hope is lost. There is a glimmer in the darkness. There is a flicker of hope. And this is the point where we build back better, where we resolve within ourselves and decide to come together as stakeholders, entities within the state, entities within all the arms of administration and governance, civil society organization, we youths ourselves, and resolve together to forge freedom of expression and realize this right within our nation as Uganda. Thank you so much. I'm Harry Mwesigwa.
My name is Birungi Prima Elizabeth. We've been working with Preta Peace Namasaba. We are second-year students of the law. This is
Makerere University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Makerere University. That was Harry and Birungi. Thank you very much. Could St. Joseph's Edson and Florence, Edwin and Florence, please take position. Could we have a round of questions? The judge's guidance on the timing is important. Quickly, St. Joseph, for those who want to ask questions, please stand up, say your name and your university. We'll take 1, 2, 3. Timekeeper, please guide us. We have 20 minutes for questions. Can we have somebody help move the microphone, please? Thank you. 10 minutes of questions and 10 minutes of answers.
Thank you so very much for the presentation. My name is Muindo Jason from Uganda Pentecostal University. I want to put a disclaimer first. This is for purposes of this discussion. There is a statement, "Tuja kuja mu ntebe oyo boy yekyangiramu," said by one of the presidential candidates in the last presidential elections. We've had a challenge or the similar scenario happened about 1980 when one of the presidential candidates said, should the elections be not free and fair, we will go to the bush. And actually, he went to the bush. I want you to put yourselves in the shoes of the current president or the government itself and someone is threatening you like that, would you take it for granted, or you would act otherwise in honesty? Secondly, one of the presenters from Makerere, that is the lady, says that there should be an independent body that oversees social media and any other media forums so that it can be independent of the executive. And yet we know that under the arms of government, it is the executive that actually implements the government policies. How then can you have something totally independent of the executive, yet it is supposed to implement the same? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hewa Rogers Musime from Cavendish University. I beg to be guided, and I want to use this as a learning experience. My first question goes to Makerere University, the good lady. If I understand, when you were talking about the principle of the social contract from Thomas Hobbes, right? It evolved for us to get away from the dictatorial parts of the Leviathan by the Russian good people. So if we go under a social contract, don't you think we are transferring all our rights and the right to be limited within that social contract? Also, society has evolved to actually extend beyond us transferring our rights, but also leaders transferring partially their rights to us, so as they are subjective to us questioning them. My second question moves on to our dear gentleman from Makerere. I want you to guide me, if you could please, under the Siracusa principles. You've been telling us about the right to freedom of expression. Now, the Siracusa principles are particularly the principles that guide us on the limitation of the rights under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Now, these principles put up a three-part test of proportionality, order, public safety, and necessity. Do you think the government is fulfilling these tests? And what are the requirements under the Siracusa principles to fulfill the same? Putting into consideration general comment number 13 on the ICCPR. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Karazoro Simon, Kabra University. My question goes to Makerere University. We have seen Ugandans trying to express their freedom through demonstrations. And the way they do it is contrary to the Constitution of Uganda, because we see them looting people's property. Don't you think the Ugandans who try to demonstrate misuse their freedom of expression? Thank you.
My name is Maria Spera Nachigude, and I have questions for both universities. The first question goes to the University of St. Joseph. You articulated about Uganda being party to some protocols that necessarily force it to enforce the human rights, and you talked about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, my question is, what does that Universal Declaration of Human Rights inherently have the absolute power to influence what Uganda would have to do? That is to say, if Uganda violated those freedoms, does the Universal Human Rights in itself have the power to say sanction Uganda to that very extent? Then the question to Makerere is about the aspect of the absolute nature of the freedom of expression and speech. You mentioned that in and of itself, it is not absolute. So my question is, to what extent should we then, at what point do we determine that now this one is going overboard and now we should limit, or to what extent should we say this person cannot necessarily be limited because they have a freedom of speech? But particularly about opposition leaders, do you also think that at a point when these people surely cross a certain line that you're about to tell us, should be held in contempt of that very regard? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Ajok John Julian from Uganda Matters University. I wanted to, this question goes to the lady from Makerere University. I'm just adding on what the other gentleman stated. You talked about an impartial body, except from the executive. Maybe you suggest for us that body that you think should be put in place. This goes to the gentleman from Makerere. You said that rights in existence today couldn't be without the right of freedom of expression. But we see that I want to deviate from your presentation because if someone is deceased, there is no way they could express themselves. I would suggest that right to life provided under Article 22 of the Constitution is the lead right before freedom of expression. Thank you.
Of the university can answer.
Thank you very much for your questions. To begin with, a fellow from Uganda Pentecostal University began with a statement, kuja kumuja kuntebe, and was asking for clarity of the action plan that should be taken if elections aren't fair. Basically, since we are discussing about the right to freedom of expression and association, we believe that this right, once observed, has a lot of power. We believe that there would be accuracy in the electoral process if there was adequate civic education. We don't have evidence that there was a lot of vote rigging, but what we think is that people did not get enough civic education, particularly because the campaigns were violated. We believe that if the opponent leaders from the National Unity Platform and the rest of the opposition parties had a chance to influence their voters, maybe they would win. Yeah, that is my answer to you. And another question from Uganda Christian University, which asked the power of the United Nations in effecting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We need to, first of all, observe that Uganda subscribes to the United Nations. Therefore, it lies on, it is subjected to sanctions, but in case the United Nations feels like maybe is not in the appropriate manner of influencing what the goals and objectives of the United Nations are. Therefore, the United Nations has substantial influence. For example, recent when Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu held a press conference with the United Nations, we saw the government was moved by that. It means that the influence is there and it continues to be there. Thank you very much.
The good gentleman from Uganda Pentecostal University asked a question about threatening speech. In the event where someone makes a speech that is perceived to be threatening or hostile, shouldn't the balance be greater to actually curtail that speech? I'll answer your question on one particular ground, and that is that the limitation of freedom of expression has been espoused and explored specifically in the case of Onyango Oband Andrew Mwenda versus Attorney General. Now, in that case, Justice Mulenga stated from the previous decision, yes, at the Constitutional Court, where the court had refused to declare provisions of the Penal Code Act unconstitutional because it felt that they were legitimate, citing that when someone says fire, 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 even when actually there is no fire, but they say fire and they tend to incite, then they should be seditious. At Supreme Court, Justice Mulenga stated and said that when someone says fire, fire, yes, but then there is actually no fire, yeah, those people should not in any chance be prosecuted or face punitive action. Why? Because the pendulum rolls on this end, that freedom of expression is more interested in even protecting those particular statements that are considered hostile, that are considered to endanger, that are even considered falsehoods. What the state should do is the state should come in and also paint their narrative or paint their opinion. Why? Because simply by someone saying fire, fire doesn't mean that fire is there in the first place. Thank you.
Two questions that were related in regards an independent body. The answer is there are independent bodies right now, such as the Human Rights Commission. Now, I might not be in a place to say this body would do the work better, or this body. It could even just be emancipating the UCC from the control of the executive. What I'm saying is that it is possible because there are independent bodies in this country. So I might not recommend that maybe a entirely new body is put in place. It could just be even emancipating the current body, but there is need for the body to be independent.
Thank you. The gentleman from Uganda, from Cavendish actually, presented the question that what are some of the ingredients or some of the necessities that may warrant a limitation? Now, I'll answer you on two grounds. You cited public order, you cited safety, you cited proportionality, and all these are legitimate under the regime of international law. But now, the Oaks case is instructive in this case. The Oaks case says that any limitation to the freedom of expression, number one, must be provided for by law. This is important. Number two, on the argument of proportionality, that the objective, that is the public interest to limit freedom of expression, must be so great that it warrants the overriding of the right, that is the freedom of expression. Meaning that you must have a greater public interest on the other side of the scale in order to limit this right. But also number three, the sledgehammer rule, that you cannot use a sledgehammer to kill a fly. That means that court has to look at what are the restrictions that you've put in place if you're saying I'm limiting. Are they so great and unproportional to actually your desired objective? For example, you cannot say that we want maybe to maintain public order and you call your act a public order management act, when actually within that order you're saying that it is the police to give people the right to protest. So the proportionality rule has to be greatly exercised with caution so that it doesn't override the right.
The gentleman from Cavendish asked about whether if we agree with the social contract, we are then giving all our power to the state. The answer is simple. The social contract itself says we give because we are unruly as human beings. So in order to create a state that is safe for everyone, we give some of our rights to the state in exchange for protection. So it is not us just giving away. The state too is supposed to transmit back protection. So it is on those grounds that if there is no protection, then our rights are being violated.
And additionally, the Constitution is clear that human rights are fundamental and they are not necessarily guaranteed by the state. The state is there to protect these particular rights. But also the question on the misuse of freedom of expression. A gentleman stated that most of the riots that we see in Uganda, or protests rather, are mad with violence because the people are violent from the beginning. I will disagree and depart from that proposition. Why? Because when people raise up and they pick placards and go to the streets, Most times it is the police that comes and begins beating these people and brings the violence and corners the people to the wall. And the people are forced certain times to fight back. Because if you come and you're throwing tear gas at me, you are trying to disperse me, you are beating me and arresting me, human instinct is to fight back. And this speaks about the role of the police. And this was explored in the Muwanga Chivumbi case. The role of the police at a protest is to maintain order, not to come and quash or dispel or quell the protest. In Uganda, that is not what happens. Police seems to have a preconceived notion that their role when they come is to arrest everyone protesting. That is not true. If police played its role to maintain public order, indeed protests would be peaceful as we see them happen in other nations.
A lady from UCU asked about what extent do we know that people are misusing their rights? That test is simple, has been laid down in Charles Onyango Bo, has also been laid down in the Human Rights Network case, that the threshold or the line at which we draw is that it must be justifiable in a free and democratic society. So at that point, where people are still acting within the confines of what is demonstrably justifiable, then they are not overstepping their right to expression.
And the lady, I believe from Uganda Matters University, asked me to weigh the nexus between the right to life and also expression. I will answer in this regard. All rights are important, yes? But now, when you look at the history of human rights, discourse is very important in terms of guaranteeing human rights and even creating particular rights. Without discourse, you might not be able to even get the foundational places of trying to agree with another person that this is a right, this is not a right. This should be upheld, this should not be upheld. This is why the freedom of expression is exceptionally important, because as society has to have debate and discourse in order to guarantee even the right to life. For instance, in Uganda currently we have a limitation on the right to life, and that is the death penalty. Discourse is still continuing to advocate to make the right to life absolute in all scenarios through the repealing and eradication of the death penalty. But what causes this discourse? What is the engine? It is freedom of expression. And if we didn't have freedom of expression, we wouldn't be able to even guarantee all these other adjacent rights.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of big applause. Wait. We want to, wait. Florence, please acknowledge Florence. That's Edwin, Prima, and Harry. Thank you very much for fighting to death on the question of freedom of assembly. I want to recognize, as you're still there, and sir, you come at an appropriate time when the competitors were analyzing the role of the police in protecting the right to freedom. I want to welcome SSP Kato Joseph. He's the Deputy Regional Police Commander, Rizi Region. I don't know if you knew that he was coming. I don't know, sir, if you knew that we were deliberating the freedom of assembly today, but we want to thank you again for coming. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, competitors. You can now take your seats. We will break because the tea is ready. It was supposed to be very early in the morning. So let's break for a few minutes, 20 minutes. Grab a cup of tea, our judges. Come back quickly as we sit and listen to Busitema and Must. Thank you very much. Keep time. It's 10:30. We are doing very well in terms of time.
join me in welcoming Usitema University. That is West CJ and Edson. West CJ Lucky and Masereka Edson. Please welcome again a very warm hand to Usitema University. Thank you, Paul. Judges of God.
2021 was a tough year, not only the field of academia, but also in the field of the welfare of the people of the country. Because that is the year we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. We were hit by a subsequent lockdown that led many to lose most of their lively income. That's the jobs, they lost their jobs. And not only that, their health was threatened. Some people in the house lost their relatives to this pandemic. And in the wake of this pandemic, in this era we are standing in, we're in the post-pandemic era, but we are still feeling the aftermath of the pandemic. That is to say, the economic prices and all that. But today, as we stand before you, we come to build back better. And as we come to build back better, what do we desire? Building back better requires us to identify the weaknesses, because you cannot build back better unless you understand where the problem was. And today, the weakness we have identified is human rights violation. And if I told you to build back better, unlike the Bourbons in the French monarchy that learned nothing and forgot nothing, we beg to be a different generation whereby we will learn from our mistakes from our past and build from the rich history and desire to have a better building. So today, my name is Moisije Lakipatsen from Busitema University.
And I am Edison Masereka from Busitema University, a pursuant of a bachelor's in education, English and literature.
I pursue a Bachelor of Science in Natural Resource Economics. So today we are faced with the task of demystifying whether the oil promise in Uganda is a threat to human rights or a development opportunity. I'd love the panel to ask themselves this question. The first question I would love the panel to ask themselves, development at what cost? The other question I would love the whole house to ask themselves, can we have or can we achieve a harmony, development and human rights? Because if I told you to understand development, development does not look at only growth. It does not look at the infrastructure development. It also looks at the welfare. It also looks at the quality of life. And we cannot have quality of life without respecting or making sure that every person in the country is entitled to their rights. So we come here today to acknowledge that this oil promise, yes, it has been there for quite some time, since 1920. But this oil promise has greatly threatened human rights. And this is why we are standing here, to show you that we want to create a distinction. We want the government to take up policies that can adopt and change the environment to make sure that each and everyone has their rights respected, to have and make sure that development is there, but not at the cost of the people. So once again, our topic states the oil promise in Uganda. Is it a threat to human rights or development opportunity? Early on, I acknowledge that it is a threat. So breaking it down as we go on, a threat to human rights refers to anything that may infringe on the well-being and dignity of citizens. And as oil promise, we discovered that this oil promise was meant to the humans or the citizens of the country by the government long before. That is as early as 1920 when exploration first began. It began in 1920, came to a halt. Then later on, it came to a halt simply because of the Second World War. Later on came back or was revamped in 1980s with the acquisition of new technology, that is aerogrammatic or magnetic data across the entire graben. And the one thing I want us to identify is which areas did we identify to have the oil in the country. Basically, in identifying areas of oil, we identify that there's the Albertine graben, we have Hoima Basin, Lake Sugar Basin, Lake Wamala Basin, Kadama Moroto Basin. However, the Albertine graben is the one that is most probable, or is the one that was discovered to have 6.5 billion barrels of oil reserves. And basing on that, we are concentrating or zeroing down to human rights violations that have taken place in the Albertine region. Most of you know that the Albertine region stretches through most of southwest and part of western Uganda. As I stated, that is Hoima, Masindi, and other areas. So the earliest reference to oil in Uganda was an oil seepage near Chiviro on the shores of Lake Albert. That was documented by E.J. Wayland in his publication, Petroleum in Uganda, that is in 1920s. So basically, before we understand the oil promise, we have to know the history or the current status of the oil in the country. So to break down the oil promise or to make you understand what we are talking about in terms of oil, let us take you through a timeline. So government on 23rd of April 2021 approved the Resettlement Action Plan for the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, or EACO. This project is on both the Uganda section and the Tanzanian section. But allow me to clarify that on 23rd April, when they approved this Resettlement Action Plan, this Resettlement Action Plan is long due because as we speak in Kabale, that is Hoima, sides of Hoima, people were already evicted, but a Resettlement Action Plan is being made or is being approved a few years later or years later. So that is justice delayed, and it's an infringement on the rights of the people. Continuation, compensation of, according to the Resettlement Action Plan, this approval paves way for completion of the land acquisition processes, compensation of project affected persons, and resettlement of project affected persons. But earlier on, and we stand here to show you that clearly we want development and what was. So continuation. In addition, the key oil elements that have been signed include the post-government agreement, which was signed in April 2021 to pave way for all companies and governments to approve and award contracts for engineering, procurement, and construction. Some of the key stakeholders in this oil sector include Total Energies, include CNOOC in full is China National Offshore Oil Corporation. These different companies have come in collaboration with the government to make sure that we achieve our goal of development. But secondly, the one thing I want us to keep on asking ourselves is at what cost? So according to United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, companies own responsibility to respect human rights and to provide remedies to precarious violations of human rights. Both government and any business operating in Uganda have a duty to protect, respect human rights in relation to the oil and gas sector. This has not been done because most of the people, basically you'll hear that I am basically relying on evictions because that is one of the areas we have seen violations of human rights. Most of the people have been evicted from their land that they've owned for ages simply because we want development and they have not been compensated. This, according to the Constitution, compensation is supposed to be timely. As we speak, some people are still demanding for compensation. Other people do not know their worth or what they're supposed to be compensated. So according to the community-based human rights impact assessment carried out on September 2020, under the title of New Oil, Same Business, projects, the International Federation of Human Rights and Foundation of Human Rights Initiative discussed and discovered that the violations of local communities' rights were recorded. According to the report, 13,000 households across Tanzania and Uganda, accounting for more than 86,000 individuals, will lose or have lost their land. Earlier on, I told you people are being evicted day and night. And this unlawful eviction in some areas has left people in IDPs, internally displacement camps. And this has greatly affected us because these are the people that need the development. And development is supposed to be for all, not for a select majority of the population. So most of the land in the oil region is customary land, according to the Land Act, Part 2, Section 4, Subsection 1, 2, and 3. One can apply for a certificate of customary ownership in reference to this. And few people in Uganda know this clause or know the Constitution that well. And most of the people that are being evicted from their land, or most of the people that are being violated, do not know who to report to. They do not know their rights. They do not know what they are supposed to do. An example would be, an example is an example is of Atura, a Ugandan who was evicted with her children that lived in Ramatunga, Bugambic sub-country. They were evicted and sent into an IDP camp. Once they're in an IDP camp, they've been there for nearly a year and more. More than 200 families were also evicted from their customary land to pave way for the construction of an oil waste treatment plant in Kabale. She claims her family land was secretly registered without her knowledge. people that have knowledge of the law are misusing the law to only favor them and leaving out the majority or the minority that do not know the law. At the end of the day, these people are being left out. And not only are they being left out, they are losing their right. And as a country, we are supposed to foster development for all, not for a few select individuals. Another example of violation of rights would be the violation of the right to a good environment or a healthy environment, a clean and healthy environment. One of the people in 2012 lost a farmer, said that Heritage Oil dumped dozens of trucks of loads of waste in a pit dug on his land. He claimed that Albert told him it would be safe within a few months to plant crops. I won't go through this whole story, but I will give you the context of the story. A farmer was lied to that if at all he accepts the waste to be deposited or put on his land, it will not affect the quality of crops. It will not affect him at all. But this was a lie because NEMA later on came and verified that the crops that will be grown on this land won't be fruitful. You should not sell them. You should not extract them. At the end of the day, we are seeing that this farmer, the one thing I want us to identify or understand is Uganda is dependent on basically agriculture. It is dependent on natural resources. So if at all we take away this livelihood, if at all you lie to these people and push them into doing things that drive them farther and farther away from their livelihoods, you are pushing them away from their entitlements. And as you push them away from their entitlements, you are delaying development. We are supposed to be fostering development that caters for the quality of life. This farmer was shunned away from his community. Community members refused to buy crops from his farms, claiming that he had sold out the community. At the end of the day, is this development worth it? We discover that development, yes, is important, but at what cost? Yes, there will be development in terms of the international airports that will be put that side of Kabale. Yes, there will be development in terms of the pipeline, but at what cost? So, in continuation, I want us to understand that we stand here before you to make clearly known to you that human rights have been violated in this area. We acknowledge that we as a country discovered oil, but we need to reap from the benefits of this oil without affecting the rights of the people. Right? People have been evicted. People have been lied to. The environment has been threatened. And as activists, we come before you to say that our stand is we can have development, but not at the cost of the people. Let us have development that caters for all. Let us have development that will push the country to its development goal. Earlier on, as I told you about the oil promise, it was made to the people by the government. They promised that this oil will rescue us or rescue our crippling economy. When we go back to building back better, we have to understand that we want to change the perception that people have right now. Because as we speak, earlier on, you were told that the court alone has a backlog of over 10,000 cases. That is land alone. Out of those people that do not go to report simply because they do not know what they're supposed to be reporting, out of those people that have been lied to day and night that they will achieve. So as we talk about the recommendations, as we draw you closer to our goal, we want you to understand that we can attain development, but not at the cost of the minority. Let us all discover that together we can change the perception of the people. Together we can help these marginalized people in Hoima. Not only Hoima, you should understand that this oil promise was not made to only the people in Hoima. It is made to us all. And to benefit from it, for us to see the fruits of this oil promise, we have to make sure that development does not infringe on the rights of the people.
In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, development that underscores human rights protection is not development, it's a curse. Therefore, embracing human rights and mitigating adverse impacts in the oil and gas sector will avoid conflict, corruption, inequality, and offer a development model which is based on financial integrity, environmental sustainability, shared prosperity, and respect for basic human rights, thus a balanced and sustainable development. To achieve this, the following, among other recommendations, should be considered. Comprehensive civic education to promote an open and fair conversation. Human rights should be put forefront. People should be educated on their basic human rights and where to report. Some of the people in the communities that have been affected by setting up the pipeline, some of them don't know their rights. These people should be educated on where to report so that they can access proper compensation. This will enable them to know their rights and claim for what is rightfully theirs, so that the business of people losing their land, and yet land is the only resource that the common Ugandan has, should stop. More to that, auditing and publishing of information on oil returns and activities to promote transparency should be put forefront. If this can't be done, then 10, 15, 20 years from now, we are going to have the poverty gaps in this country widen. We're going to have the gaps between the haves and the have-not widen. 10, 15 years from now, we are only going to see oil, the oil benefits, benefiting a few people in this country. We're going to have the people who are poor getting poorer, as people who are up there are getting more and more economically advantaged. So fairness and speediness should be exercised. Proper compensation to be exercised, so that the common man down in Bulisa district can benefit from the oil promise. If not, existing gaps will be widened, and the gaps between the rich and the poor will be widened, which is not going to be good for our country, ladies and gentlemen. Adoption of better technologies to properly handle waste emerging from extraction activities and related oil spills should be put in place. For example, we can have the use of drones to survey extraction areas, so that any cases of spills and any cases of environmental harm can be catered for, so that our people can be free from harm. Community health, sanitation, and safety plans should be established to mitigate all environmental and health concerns on the people of Uganda. We also argue that infrastructure development should be heavily invested in the Albertine region. We should have schools constructed in that region, so that the farmer down in those areas can have their children access quality education. Roads should be constructed so that farmers can take their produce to the market. Markets should be set up so that those farmers can have their produce sold effectively. And farming should be improved. Having understood that farming is the economic activity that most of the people in this region rely on, farming should be improved. They should be guided on how to carry out better farming practices, so that they can move from the subsistence farming, they move to the use of machinery and other developed technologies, so that we can have the livelihoods of these people fostered. Ladies and gentlemen, we are arguing that life should be prioritized over money. People should be put first. People should be put above profits. This will cater for human rights, and people will be uplifted from the dire poverty that ravages our nation at this moment. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Someone may argue that, yes, in the oil promise, as long as we are looking at development, we may not mind if the rights of a few people are infringed upon. But we are saying, in developing this, we have to make sure that everyone's rights is catered for. And that would be meaningful development. The purpose of development is to improve the quality of human life and improve the standards of living of the people. Oil activities should not infringe on human rights. And if they do, there should be remedies to reduce the threat. Friends, there is nothing wrong with our country that cannot be solved by what is right. Oil can propel us to what we have sought for long as a country, and that is becoming an upper middle income country. But that's only possible when citizens are part of the process. Only when basic human rights are upheld can we be able to achieve development from the oil process. That way, we will be able to build back better, and the oil promise will be a development opportunity for the people of this country. We beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Busitema. A warm acknowledgement of Busitema. That is Lucky and Edson making a case for people-centered development. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would now like to invite Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Seth, are you ready? And Wilbrod. Please join in welcoming Mbarara University. That hand clap, no. We welcome nicely. We clap, we clap. That is Seth and Wilbrod from Mbarara University. Still interrogating the subject of oil, the oil promise in Uganda. Is it a threat to human rights or a development opportunity? Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is good morning. Before you this afternoon or this morning, we seek to answer two basic questions. The first question is the oil promise a threat to human rights in Uganda, or is it an opportunity for development? The second question we seek to answer in our presentation is, how best can Uganda recover from the effects of COVID-19 by utilizing the oil resources while preserving human rights? How best can Uganda recover from the effects of COVID-19 while utilizing the oil resources and preserving human rights? Our presentation will be broken down into three main components. First, we'll give you a background about the oil promise in Uganda. Two, we'll show you the opportunities that are available for Uganda to develop. And three, we will show the mitigation strategies that are being put in place to ensure that human rights are preserved. It is Jonas Seth, a fourth-year nursing student from Barara University of Science and Technology, together with
Shava Wilbrod, first-year student at MAST, pursuing Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering.
First, we go to the background. In the most basic terms, the oil promise refers to the hope and opportunities that lie ahead of Uganda as we explore, extract, and sell off the oil that is within the Albertine Graben region. Human rights are entitlements that our people are born with. Examples is the right to health, the right to education, the right to property. Now, talking about the oil in Uganda, it was in 1920 that the government geologist E.G. Wayland first saw oil spillage around Lake Albert, that he documented the possible presence of oil in the Albertine Graben region. Forthwith, it was in 2006 that actually commercially viable oil was confirmed to be present in this region. Uganda has about 6.5 billion barrels of oil within the Albertine Graben region. Of these, 1.4 billion barrels are commercially recoverable. Now, the Albertine Graben region, the Albertine Graben Refinery Consortium is the entity that is in charge of the oil and gas sector in this region, and it has three parties involved. One is the government of Uganda. Two is the Tilenga project. Two is the Total Energies, and three is the China National Offshore Oil Corporation. In the oil and gas sector, there are three main projects that are going to be run to ensure the exploration of this oil and extraction. One, we have the Tilenga project. This is under the management of Total Energies. Two, we have the Kingfisher project under the management of the China National Offshore Oil Company. And three, we have the EACOP, that is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline running from Kabale through Tanzania to its port in Tanga for the oil to be exported. Now, going forth to our second part of the presentation, that is one, talking about revenue. Now, I said that it is 1.4 billion barrels of commercially viable oil that is available within this region. Through the contract that was signed within Albertine Graben Refinery Consortium, Uganda will realize the fee reported 45% of the money that is generated from this project. Now, if you are to calculate from the Tilenga project alone, this will be generating between 3,000 to 6,000 barrels of oil daily. That is the Tilenga project, 3,000 to 6,000 barrels of oil on a daily basis. If you're to get the price of a barrel of oil at the current prices, it is about 120 US dollars. Calculate 120 US dollars times an exchange rate of about 3,500 times 6,000 barrels on a daily basis from just one project. And this will translate to about 1.134 billions being earned on a daily basis for Uganda as a country. This is only from one project. Now, this project will run for a minimum of 25 years, meaning that Uganda will be able to realize enough revenue from this project. Now, a report from the Bank of Uganda last year, 2021 in December, showed that Uganda's debt burden had increased from 50 trillion before COVID to 73 trillion post-COVID. So Uganda incurred about 20 trillion from the COVID-19 crisis as it was trying to respond. Now, this helps us to answer the question, how does Uganda utilize the oil promise to develop? With the oil promise before us and the revenues being realized, it means that this country will be able to clear the debt burden and be able to provide better services to its institution. This revenue would help in developing this country, provide better services to the people, and even enhance the promotion and protection of human rights to the citizens. And this answers, one, the question of development because you have revenue. Two, because the institutions are strengthened and there's enough money, you have promotion and protection of human rights. That was just one part of the revenue that will be realized from this project. Number two, I want to talk about the employment that will be realized from this project. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is the agency that is in charge of managing the oil and gas sector in Uganda. Projections from this authority shows that Uganda will be able to achieve at least, that is 14,000 Ugandans will be directly employed by this project. There will be an extra 45,000 Ugandans who will be indirectly employed due to the oil and gas sector, and an additional 105,000 induced employment from this. It's a hundred goal. So with more money coming in, with better employment, people are better able to get better human rights. Still looking at employment, we look at the infrastructure, still looking at employment. Yes, you're seeing the employment opportunities that will be available. There is empowerment that will come along with this project. We have had establishment of the Uganda Petroleum Institute in Chibumba. This institute empowers students with skills to be able to work in the refinery when it's finally complete. In addition, we have had scholarships being given to Ugandan students such that they are able to go study abroad, and when the oil and gas sector is fully operational, they are recruited within the sector and better able to get jobs. Now, this also helps to, first of all, empower our own Ugandans and also recruit them into the sector such that they're able to work in there, and this is what actually develops this nation. Still looking at empowerment within this sector, it is important to note that yes, for us to have development, there's need to have diversification of the economy, and actually the oil and gas project helps to better diversify this economy. There are other 16 sectors that have been ring-fenced and will be involved in this sector. Examples of this, there's the food industry, we have transport, we have trade. All of these will actually be able to be developed because they will directly be involved in the oil and gas sector. Talk about the food, people will supply food, there's transportation, and these others. So this is how the oil and gas sector will help to develop this country. I will still elaborate more about the employment opportunities that will be available in this sector. Now, the other thing we talked about was the infrastructure. I said the employment opportunities, the revenue realized, and three is the infrastructure. Talking about the infrastructure, already we have had roads being put in place towards these projects that are being established. We have also had the international airport, which is under construction and yet to be completed. All these are projects that provide employment to Ugandans. These are projects that enhance development and answer the question of recovery from COVID-19. Because we seek to recover from COVID-19, and we are also seeing that they also answer the question of human rights. Like I have said, human rights violation happen, one of the key reasons is underdevelopment. As long as a nation is not able to finance these institutions that are supposed to ensure human rights are upheld, then it means that you will not have them. I'll just give you an example. Police is one of those organs. Because they are underpaid, then you have them not working, and because they cannot work, you have an increment in the human rights violations occurring among the people. But when you have these institutions being financed, it means that they will work better. And when you have people and being involved within the economy, it means that they will not be idle. It means that they will generate income and better be able to access better healthy services. And this is what development is about, and this is what human rights is about. I'll address another issue that the activists have commonly used to attack the issue of the oil project, the issue of the environment. The argument is that because the oil and gas sector will be producing carbon emissions and greenhouse gases, then it poses a threat to our environment, and that it will cause climate change and lead to adverse effects. But let's look at these other countries. The key emitters of greenhouse gases is China and the United States of America. Now the question is, have these countries stopped using fossil fuels simply because there's climate change? They haven't. The argument is only being used to retard us backward. Just an example for us to learn from. Establishment of Jagali hydropower project, which started in the 1990s, was retarded by argument saying that with its establishment, we would have displacement of people, we would have disruption of the existing communities and the cultures. But what did these arguments have to Uganda? Because this advice was heeded, the project was prolonged for over 10 years, and we've seen the project was established, communities have not been disrupted, people have continued to live. So the argument that simply because the hydroelectric project will generate carbon emissions does not stand valid, because even these other countries continue to emit these emissions. Even then, communities have learned to cope and adapt to climate changes. Even then, Uganda can still adapt. Now, I'll hand over to my colleague to elaborate more on the mitigation strategies that are being put in place to handle the threats that are being posed by activists about the threats will be caused by the oil promise in Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Says. As he told you, I will take you through the strategies that have been put up in place to solve all these threats that are being imposed. As we think that these are not threats, the threats don't be having solutions. Strategies have been put in place and solutions are being worked on. Currently, ladies, widows, scenario of Mama Joyce Katshabe, a widow out of 100 people that have been affected by this project, has been built a house from a hut that she was living in, a residential house with 5 rooms. Imagine from a house of 1 room, living with her children. She is now in a bigger house with her children. This is a development we are talking about. So this takes us a right on property. These people are not being displaced, but they are being reallocated to new places. This is what we call development, because these people have been given money in form of compensation. 98% of these people have been compensated. The rest that are not being given this compensation are those people with their land, in quote, with ownership about the land. We are looking into this as a development. With these compensations, people have been ready to invest in other industries, get into other economic activities, develop this country. Taking back to the right to education, people in these regions of Hoima and Blissa have been given a chance of studying for free in the institutions that have been set up. Talking about Chigumba, over 100 students have been taken, study for free, gaining skills such as welding, and in just a few months from now, they'll be working under this project. Taking a look into the right to health. Currently, Uganda uses more fuel in form of firewood. This is good by cutting down trees. Cutting down trees make firewood and produce charcoal, emits carbons twice what will be produced in this project. We are not having an impact to the environment, but instead we are saving the environment from all these carbon emissions by the fuel that we are currently using now. Currently in Uganda, we import about 35,000 tons of liquefied petroleum gas. With projects at its peak, we will be able to produce 100 tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Look at this development. We will actually have a surplus for our country, import, export to other countries, and increase the revenue for our country. Thank you very much. Please, my colleague.
As we conclude, we must understand that before each of these projects were undertaken, there's what we call the environmental and social impact assessment. Each was done for all of these projects, And we had public hearings before the community for all these projects. They were all approved by the National Environmental Management Authority, and we already have mitigation strategies for all these potential threats that would come. Now, in our conclusion, we seek to say that the pessimistic view would be to conclude that since not all that glitters is gold, and because of the threats that are going to be posed to human rights, then maybe the oil project would be a curse to Uganda. But we seek to adopt the opportunistic view. In an era where we seek to recover from COVID-19, in an era where this country remains grappling with poverty, where the debt burden of this country is still increasing, we need to find measures on how we can increase the revenues for this country. Yes, we acknowledge there may be an extent which these rights will be violated, but we must acknowledge the presence of mitigation measures that are being we have seen statistics that actually we remove the charcoal and the cutting down of trees. I mean, we produce more carbon emissions through the charcoal and cutting down of trees, which will be reversed if Ugandans can access liquefied petroleum gas cheaply. This would serve to conserve the environment. Total Energies, which will be having some of its oil pads within Machishon Falls National Park, has committed to reduce it to less than 0.5%, meaning that we still have preservation of the existing resources in Uganda. Yes, and in our conclusion, we say it is better to adopt the optimistic view and acknowledge that indeed the economy of Uganda is yet to bloom with the utilization of the oil resources. We seek to rest our case and welcome the questions. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was said and well brought, resiliently making a case for the oil promise in Uganda. Please acknowledge them yet again. From Mbarara University Science and Technology. The hands are already up. Can we also ask Busitema University, that's Lucky and Edson, please join us on the stage. We have 10 minutes for questions. And yes, we can see. And 10 minutes for the response. But I would like to acknowledge the presence of Madam. That is Madam Caroline. She is the acting regional human rights officer, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Mbarara Regional Office. Madam Caroline, thank you for gracing this occasion. Okay, we are ready. Timekeeper, 10 minutes only. Once 10 minutes elapse, there we go. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Keep it short, to give an opportunity for everyone.
My name is Aman Sabiti from UCU, and my question goes to Mr. Saith. You said that once the government has built a thick financial muscle to have a decrease in these human rights violations. And I would like, you quoted the police saying that these people are actually violating people's rights because they are not given maybe a sufficient salary. So I would like you to demonstrate to us that the following violations I'm going to quote were as a result of the victims not having enough money maybe. We had the Kakwenza incident. We have the Sewanyanas who are appearing to court with boils on their body. We have the black members that were rearrested after court releasing them. and they were arrested by people who are not even in uniform. We had recently Colonel Kizza Besigye being denied a chance to peacefully walk in demonstration for the escalating prices. So I would like you to kindly demonstrate to us that these violations have been a result of the victims not having maybe money. Thank you so much. I'm asking Seth from Must.
Yes, I'm directing my question to Mbarara University. My name is Semia Arthur from Uganda Matters University in Kozi. According to Jack Tran, he once said that China has played a big role in giving African countries loans, and from these loans, it gives it to these African countries and gives them a condition that they should employ these Chinese companies. He goes ahead and says that these very Chinese companies will employ these Africans. However, they will give them peanuts, meaning they will not benefit from this. And also the loans they give to them to build these infrastructures will make the whole process a little bit expensive. Rather than giving African countries loans, they know that they will not benefit from these loans. Instead, they will find the process expensive. Don't you think that your saying opportunities will not benefit the country in the long run? Because you say the roads, they will construct roads, and there will be infrastructure, and there will be infrastructure. But remember that these roads and the infrastructures are built by Chinese companies, and they'll fully repatriate these profits back to China. It means that Uganda does not benefit in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Maria Speria from UCU, and my first question goes to Mbarara University. Article 26 of the Constitution stipulates for the ownership of property, which includes land. Now, with the expansion of the oil fraternity within the country, do you not think that, don't you think the right to sequential to the discussion of the economic development? Also, notice that the observance of human rights is what brings the economic development, not the vice versa. So with that in mind, do you not think then that your recommendations should always provide more recommendations that are tailored towards ensuring that the fundamental human rights, such as that of ownership of property, should be prioritized? A question that goes to the gentleman over there, they submitted on the aspect of opportunity to like, we should prioritize human rights. After all, this is how we're going to make money. Also, notice the economic status in Uganda. Don't you think also that the threat to die hungry is probably greater than the threat for these people necessarily lacking a human right or like their human rights being violated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Justin Ejiku Justin from Gulu University. Busitama University, you paint the picture of gross human rights violation in the Albertine. Are you suggesting that it's very practical to have the oil exploration and extraction in Albertine without violation of human rights? If yes, how? And if no, do you think that it's good for us to adhere to the principle of proportionality? If yes, what should be the threshold for determining what is proportional and not? To Mbarara University, you gave to us policies and mechanisms which have been put in place to mitigate the threat posed to human rights violation. Do you think that the policies in place and the legal framework is in fact sufficient to solve the same threats posed by the oil exploration in the Albertine? Thank you very much.
My name is Sufficient Nisima from Cavendish, and my question is addressed to Busitama University. I love the fact that you take the debate you draw it to the line of the threat to human rights, and that is my question. What is the test?
And since we have seen that even bigger percentages have been shared to different countries,
How do you feel about it? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Barija Waiko University. Our brother from Mast talked about cutting down trees, save the environment. Really, if you tell us that you cut down trees, save the environment, so I can't tell us that you take away freedom to protect it. I'll read more about that.
We have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My question goes to Mr. University. Of recent, the Ugandan president said the role of petroleum about exploration, development, and production. That is Act 2013. The bill establishes how Uganda will govern its new oil resources and clears the way for what is certain to be extensive commercial
University. You stated that emission by company is okay, and also that outside countries who do emit petroleum waste, and it is still okay. And you also went ahead and said that we need finances to finance, like money to finance the operation of these human rights. Do you mean to say that you would infringe the rights available so that you would get finances? Yet it was the same you who stated that we need the environmental and social impact assessment to stop the violation of human rights through emission of petroleum. Then this goes to Busitema, sorry, it's going to be short. You said there is violation of right to land by government. So do you mean to say that, because we see that under Article 44 of the Land Act, the government is under, has the mandate to keep property in trust for the people, that is the public trust doctrine. So do you mean to say that government is violating the right to land by acquiring such land through its mandate to acquire land under Article 42 of the Land Act, as well as the Land Acquisition Act? Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll pass it on to you. Busitema, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll begin with the very last question. The government and its mandate to keep property in trust on behalf of the people under Article 42 of the Land Act. We are saying that yes, the law says that, but by the end of the day, what procedures is the government undertaking to make sure they do it in a way that is not infringing on human rights? How long is it going to be kept in trust on behalf of people? Is it going to be a forever thing? If you can keep it in trust on people, yes, but while speeding up the processes of compensating them and making sure they are paid for, it is a good thing. And then also to the question, is it practical to mine oil without human rights violation? If yes, how? We are saying that it is not very, very practical to mine oil without completely not causing harm to human rights. But as the human rights cabinet come in, are we putting in place measures to make sure that we mitigate the danger? Are we putting in place measures to make sure that the danger is reduced? That is what we are advocating for.
There was a question that was raised about going on the economic status. It clearly said that is also a violation of the rights. But if at all people do not have land, if people do not have where to start from, or if they do not have what to do, then at the end of the day, they will go hungry. So at the end of the day, what we want for what we stand for is, in terms of compensation, if I talk about being compensated, let them be compensated time. Such that they do not go hungry. They identify that they will go hungry, so let them be compensated time. And apart from timely compensation, we get to relocate them time, such that they also do not go hungry. Then the question was clearly about the land acts. That's basically ownership. Of course, customary ownership of land. Earlier on, when we were presenting, we clearly said that land in the oil sector, or most of the land in the oil sector, is customary land. And customary ownership, one, to claim for customary ownership, you have to have a certificate of customary ownership. And the process of procedure claiming for that land, you have to go to the land board and claim for that certificate. If you do not have a certificate, then you cannot claim ownership of that land. So I already told you that there's a weakness in the system, and people are unable to claim ownership of land simply because they do not know they're supposed to be doing it. Most of the minorities in this area do not know the land acts. Most of the minorities in this area do not know their rights. So at the end of the day, we want clarity on that land act. Let more people do civic education and let people know their rights. Thank you.
I'll answer my friend from Harvard University first, who was asking about cutting down of trees. We actually say that currently we are cutting down trees for fuel, but with the production of liquefied petroleum gas, we won't cut the trees down anymore for firewood and charcoal. We are going to be producing 100 tons of liquefied petroleum gas, which will be used for cooking and other things. Currently, 10% of Ghana's population is using this gas. So we have increased this percentage and stop cutting down the trees. Going to my friend from UCU about the right being violated of ownership of land. Currently, according to the compensation programs, the principal right of ownership of land is not violated because these people who are being allocated are being given land titles to the new land that is being given to them for compensation. So I think the principal right is not violated at all. Thank you.
Moving on, our first question was about the human rights violations that are happening. One of the causes of the delay to justice is because we have very few judges and very few courts, and because of this, the courts cannot attend to the available cases. So you have case backlog, and we said to ease this, when we have more finances, when you have more judges, then it means that more cases will be handled and there will be ease of access to justice to people. That answers the question about the instance of Kakwenza, Siwanyana, and Black Market. The other issue was that because of the law wages given to these the agencies involved in human rights enforcement, they are not enough to ensure that there is protection of all rights. When the numbers of the people in these agencies are increased, then you would expect that more of these human rights should be promoted and protected. The other question was about China making Africa poorer by giving us loans. And we said, through this project, the government will get direct revenue between 40 to 45% is income to this country. This can help us with the question of loans. The other issue was that these countries will do repatriation. In line with this project, we have had the local content bill. This will first of all provides that these companies must employ Ugandans, over 60% should be Ugandans. If there's any opportunity and the Ugandan is able to take up this job, then they ought to be recruited. Still, we have sectors that will be linked to the oil and gas sector, the 16 ring-fest sectors. These are all involved in this, so they help with the development. Yes, these companies may have repatriation, but we already have laws that are helping, like I've told you about the local content bill that helps use the locally available goods and involvement of other sectors. The other question was how observe the UCU friends say that it is the observation of human rights that comes first, and then you have development. We seek to differ from you. We said it clearly that actually it is in the underdeveloped countries that you have more human rights violations, and in the developed countries, there are human rights violations, but there's not as grievous as in these undeveloped countries. So with the availability of resources, it means that you're able to finance these activities that help to promote and give people better services like health, education, better security, and you promote and protect their rights. The other question was, are the frameworks in place sufficient to address and mitigate these problems that could come along? Yes, they are sufficient. How? We have, for example, we have acts that are being put in place. An example I've given is the Local Content Act. The other is the Petroleum Waste Management Act. And in relation to this, there was establishment of a petrochemical industry that helps in recycling this waste and use them as fertilizers. Now, there are other acts that will be made subsequently as need arises to help counter these effects. About the environment, there are tree planting projects, and like he has shown you about the tree cutting that happens due to firewood and charcoal. All these are measures that will be helpful in ensuring that human rights are indeed preserved. The other question that was asked is about financing and infringement of human rights. We made it clear that the financing of human rights can only happen if there are funds, and in the absence of these funds, it may not be possible for the government to promote and protect the rights of the citizens. That's why we think it is important that if we can realize more income from the oil and gas sector, then it will be better able, the government will be better able to protect the rights of its citizens. Just to add more light about the ownership of property. The principal right, like he said, is still maintained. People do not lose their land. They are simply either compensated if they opt to, or they are reallocated to another. And we made it clear that there has been the environmental and social impact assessment for each of these three projects. They have had impact assessment reports, which have been discussed before public, and all the people, the stakeholders, including the local people, have been part of these discussions, and how their views have been put forth in these reports. All these reports have been reviewed and approved by the National Environmental Management Authority. So we are sure that yes, the strategies in place would help to mitigate and counter the effects that will come along. We thank you.
In conclusion, development does just not happen overnight. You not wake up and say we're in a middle income status economy. No, it takes a process. So to get there, we need to ensure that human rights are respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, Edson. Thank you, Seth. And thank you, Wilbrod. From Busitema University and Mbara University of Science and Technology. Please acknowledge them. They've put up a great fight on this oil promise. Are we doing well? Yes. Are we doing well? We're doing well. Great. So, without much ado, I would now like to invite Mountains of the Moon University. Please join me all the way. Mountains of the Moon University, we have Sylvia and we have Christopher. Reverend Mukundane, you are welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Mukundane. He's from Bishop Stuart University. Dr. Sawanyan, I see you there. Okay. So we'll have Mountains on the Moon. Gender parity. Is it still possible? You have the floor.
Management, Bishop Stuart University, the judges, the deans, patrons, club presidents, fellow ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. My name is Katot Sylvia, a student of Mountains of the Moon University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in arts in economics with my co-presenter
Mwesige Christopher Amoti.
The topic of discussion today is gender parity. As human rights activists, we believe that gender parity is still possible. In our presentation today, we highlighted a few concepts that we need to bring to broader understanding. The first concept here is gender. Gender refers to differences between females and males, boys and girls, in societies organized culturally, and they change over time. Women, boys and girls, including indicators such as employment, salaries, education, and political development perspective. Promotion of equality. Ladies and gentlemen, promotion of equality is not just the right thing to do. It is smart economics. An economy cannot fully accomplish its full development if it does not invest in half of its population. Ladies and gentlemen, gender parity as our topic of discussion today in relation to building back better and realizing human rights in the post-COVID-19 era. Gender parity means the statistical measures that provide numerical value of female to male, boy to girl ratio for indicators such as salaries, employment, education, and representation of women and men in political authorities and power. As human rights activists, we believe that gender parity is still possible. Our presentation today, we are going to rely more on bringing women at the same level with men, so that the ratio is going to be 1-to-1, not 1-to-0. I know questions will be arising why we are going to be siding with men, but even in the Bible, it is stated that women came from the rib of men. So it is understood that males are higher than men. But as human rights activists, we believe that we all have equal rights, and gender parity is bringing it us that it's supposed to be a ratio of 1-to-1. In our presentation today, we are going to bring out the ongoing programs and activities that are being undertaken, showing that gender parity is still possible. Gender parity is still possible looking at where we have been and where we are today. Gender parity is a human rights issue declared as in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the 1948, stating in Article 1 that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. All other international laws declare for the protection and equal treatment of both men and women politically, economically, socially, culturally, and all other ways. In spite of the current report by the World Economic Forum of 2021 indicating a global gap that shows parity decreased from 68.6% in 2019 to 2020 to 68% in 2020 in large report due to COVID-19 effect pandemic. There is statistical evidence from a research again done by the World Economic Forum showing that not all hope is lost. Countries are doing whatever it takes to create and bridge a gap between men and women. For example, Iceland is taking the first position in closing the gender gap, followed by Norway, Finland, Sweden, as well as other European neighbors such as Ireland, Switzerland, and Lithuania. Although in Africa, as of 2020, the gender parity score revealed that there was a high gap between men and women, which is because of COVID-19 pandemic effect. but we still believe that not all hope is lost. Sub-Saharan countries such as Rwanda and Namibia are taking a lead in closing gender parity both in the society and at work. Ladies and gentlemen, in Uganda, Uganda has reached 77. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has reached 71.7% in closing gender gap, realizing the need to expand opportunities for men, women, boys and girls, not only as a human rights issue, but also as a means for sustainable inclusive development in Vision 2040 for the country to reach its middle income status. Uganda, as a member that subscribes to the Convention of Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination Against Women, in provisions under Article 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that gives affirmation to the principle of equality by requiring the state parties to take appropriate measures, including legislation to ensure full development and advancement of women, to enjoy all freedom on the basis of equality with men. The following have been and are ongoing to enforce the provisions as required by the law. Promotion of political women's participation in leadership. Section 8 of the Electoral Commission Act of 2005, Article 78B of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, provides that one woman representative for every district and gender equality representatives of the army, youth, workers, persons with disabilities, and other groups as the parliament is trying to bridge about gender gap in Uganda. There is also emphasis on education of the girl child education by funding and creating environment for the female gender. An example of organizations such as the UNICEF, USAID, which has provided sponsorship to girl children, scholastic materials, has encouraged the female gender to also take part and be involved in education. We can also look at the affirmation, the affirmation of the 1990s, where females who complete A-level are given extra 1.5 points to join public universities. This has increased the number of female students in universities and higher institutions that has encouraged to bridge a gap between female illiterates in Uganda so that the ratio becomes 1-to-1, hence closing gender parity. Women's skilling programs for future world work, women's skilling programs for future world of work raise women's skills to compete favorably with men. The Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, introduced by the government of Uganda, has provided funds improving access to financial services for women, equipping them with skills, enterprise growth, value addition, and marketing their products and services. This has encouraged women to come out and also take part in businesses so that they can also compete favorably with men, so that they cannot be seen as a weaker gender. Registering of numerous progresses in reducing gender inequalities through social programs like Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, the Youth Livelihood Program, Works Program, and Wealth and Social Assistance Grant for Empowerment. All these programs have helped to encourage men, both women, both young and the old, also come up and compete favorably with men in all spheres of life. Improving women's digital literacy is also ongoing. Unlike in the past, men were the only gender that would only work in technology. But currently, women also take part in technological improvements, such as working on machines. We can as well look at our media personnel. They were also taking photos. They were also part of the media team. That shows that gender parity is still possible. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me usher in a co-presenter. Continue with the presentation.
Once again, my name is Mosige Christopher from Mountains of the Moon University. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is more than a goal itself. It's a precondition for meeting sustainable development, and reducing the challenges of poverty. There is no way how a country will eliminate half of its population. Then you think that we shall dream of 2040s to meet the middle income status. According to Kofi Annan, one of the famous writers who was the 7th General Secretary in UN, in his book, I quote this statement that he said, "Gender equality is more than a goal itself. It's a precondition for meeting the challenges of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and good governance." We can't do away with gender parity. I quote another statement from Abraham Lincoln. He said, "If you want to change the world, don't think that you go out and change the whole world. Start from where you are." I think Foundation for Human Rights Initiative has laid a foundation. Everywhere you go, I think we have some ambassadors who are coming from the West, from North, from South. I think you'll spread the same message. I'll go to the limitations to gender parity. Yes, as we have taken our side that gender parity is still possible, but we believe there are some limitations. In Uganda and the whole globe, we still have a challenge of forced marriages. We still have a problem of human trafficking. We still have many problems, like females have been denied a right to own land, and this affirms to the right to the right of property and ownership of property. Women are supposed to be at the forefront. Even I quote the Bushwomen, they say that women did a very big part in liberating these countries. They are always behind success of every successful man. Human trafficking, here we see it manifesting in the foreign employment agencies who hire women to go outside. By reaching in the Middle East countries and South Asian countries, they find themselves, they are victims of human trafficking and forced prostitution. This is an existing problem, and at this time, people are paying large sums of money to go and work in the countries in the Middle East, Bahrain, Qatar, and Jordan, to mention but a few. We have restricted land ownership. This, we urge that the government and the policymakers should look into it, especially in the succession bill that has been put forward, to see that women can have domicility, women can also have a right to own land and own land titles. Let me go straight to the recommendations. In recommendations, we see that it's really impossible to neglect gender, either men or women. We are not saying that we are promoting women at the expense of men, but we should realize that women also as well, they are important. I can't imagine where you find in the outskirts of cities, deep in the villages, me have gone in an experience where you find a woman has to work job equivalent to $2. A woman looks about livestock. A woman is responsible for serving almost 3 dishes a day. But this woman doesn't have anything to decide on the household. And I think even promoting leadership starts from the household level. That means women, all decisions, they are taken by men, even at home. The research that was done in Ghana about condom use, they found that even women don't have a right to sex. They were distributed condoms, but only to find that the condoms remained with women. Men are the ones who decide when to have pleasure with women. That's a sign that even in household management, there is still a gap in gender parity. We still have some professional obstacles. Gender parity is not an issue for the third world countries. It is even in the first world countries. America is taking the 20th position in closing the gender gap, behind Rwanda, Namibia, and South Africa. Gender parity is not about lower economies. It's all about how you distribute the little incomes that you have. Ladies and gentlemen, I call you to embrace gender parity. As we continue on the recommendation, there is still a gender gap. There is still a gender gap in justice. As we conclude, I will quote one quote from Michelle Obama, who came.
Time is up. Time is up for Mountains of the Moon. Time is up for Mountains of the Moon. Christopher and Sylvia, please join me in thanking Christopher and Sylvia. Sorry, your time was cut short, but thank you. They were alone on that topic. Gender parity is still possible. Do we have any questions? Okay. Somebody with a microphone will do behind, back and behind. Yeah, and then we'll prioritize those who have not asked. Can we start with?
Good afternoon. Apollo Vivian Consulate, Cavendish University. My question is, differentiate between gender equity, gender equality, and women emancipation.
Hello. Sylvia, this goes to you. Sylvia? Yes, you are a woman, but you're speaking about the subject of women like you have absolute no knowledge about the point. So you cannot talk about gender equality and gender parity. These are two different issues, though they correlate, but gender parity is a game of numbers, statistics like you stated, but gender equality is a broader perspective. But in your submission, you did not show any knowledge of this. So could you please maybe, I don't know, if you could have a chance of improving your submissions.
Thank you very much. Clarification, we have only 5 minutes for questions and 5 minutes for answers because they're only one team. So a second for questions. Honorable Mao.
I'm Norbert Mawayela, University. Most times when we look at parity and equality, we look at the whims of the success and don't look at the flaws of how disadvantage it comes when there's a raising of the numbers. Thrown to the question on where we always point at the political whim of how parity can come into that direction. Point to us clearly how you see there is going to be a realization where the women that make it to the top into the leadership will also give positions for the others, and then tell us the whim of how in the education sector, because we all know that parity will come when the few that join the education sector, those who live with the degree and others, they are of the same numbers. So tell us the clear lines how there shall be achievement to that angle, and therefore that will confirm to the question of how parity can be achieved.
Hello, my name is Peter Krishna Masaba from Makerere University. So regarding gender parity, because the past used to be dominated by the men, since it's gender, by the men. So gender parity encompasses the feminist movement, but in today's world, another section has rose, the incels, people who refer to themselves as meninists. So feminists, people who are advocating for gender parity, have to deal with the historical misogyny and patriarchy and the new forms, the meninism, the incels and all that. So my question is, can gender parity be achieved when there are new forces trying to stop it? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nasane Lilian from Kampala International University. My question goes to the man. It's about human trafficking, you have said so. The government gives these agencies licenses, and I think they follow these licenses according to capability they have. So they always take these people outside this country. And these people, when they are taken, they get a lot of problems. But most of them are all women that are getting these problems. So as an activist, or as you in your thinking, or in how you can interpret this, what are the steps that we can take so that we can solve this problem? And has the government done enough to stop this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Florence Ainembabas. The question goes to Sylvia. You talked about gender equality, and later you told us that women were gotten from the men's ribs. And then you said, a man is the topmost. So where is the gender equality?
Thank you. Timekeeper has indicated that 5 minutes are up. So we'll now, the floor is yours, Mountains of the Moon. You have only 5 minutes to respond. They brought a reinforcer. Reinforcement. Yeah.
I will first address the questions that are projected unto me. The lady that said that what steps can be put forward for the government to protect the rights of these students, of these people who go abroad for work. Yes, it is true, but I think you are quite aware that though there are some legal framework that is put for these people to go outside abroad to work, but still, you are the generation of the media technology. You have seen the violation of those rights. The government has tried to put up connections and understanding with these countries by setting up embassies and even aligning these employment agencies to the guidelines of human rights as how it is supposed to be. But still, some is lacking because the government has not yet reached parts of Bahrain. Another problem that is affecting these people who go outside, it is the customary law of those people. Those people still believe in slavery. And in Uganda, at least we have advanced into human rights. Those people, they still believe in slavery and servitude. There is someone who said, how can we bring about numbers, equality into leadership positions? From the start, we had regimes of tyranny, dictatorship, but there is advancement. At this time, I'm telling you, we have women presidents who can run for those offices. In Uganda, under Section 8 of Electoral Commission Act, they provided a slot for women representation for every district and consider gender equality on posts of disability and posts of youth and army representatives. That's how I can advise. There is still, if we can share these opportunities, there's no way how a country can neglect half of its population. Then you think that there is development. Women and men need an equal platform.
Thank you very much. One to put across, our colleague from Gulu University asked the question that gender parity, for him is seeing it nowhere. We are here to give you hopes. Gender parity is a process to be achieved. We did not come here to say that today we are going to achieve gender parity. But when I see this audience of over 80 people, from here everyone is going to become an ambassador of streamlining the achievement of gender parity, and there we shall achieve gender parity. Then the other one said that is seeing some forces encountering gender parity. It is just because we are not coming up to speak. If you look at the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995, as amended 2015, under Chapter 4, you will find there the freedoms of people, and you realize that we all need equal treatment. So we are here today to show that post-COVID, when we go outside as ambassadors, we shall achieve gender parity, since it is a process to be attained. And when we talk of gender parity, it equally means gender equality. Because when you look at numbers, we are looking at these numbers, are they getting equal opportunities? I think, dear madam, I'm responding to you. So I call upon you, for the interest of time, let us go and bridge this gap. We shall achieve gender parity. Thank you.
Answer your question. Someone asked me, I brought out a biblical understanding where females came from the rib of men. And I talked about men being on top. A man being on top, men will always be on top. But but there is a but. But as human rights activists, according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we believe that all human beings are born equal, are born free and equal in dignity. We are all rated as a ratio of 1 to 1.
In addition to that statement, that biblical statement, that men came from women, does it mean that men should be on top? From start, there was men, and there was man, not women, but man. Man consists of women and
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I hope that clap is genuine. Please clap for Mountains of the Moon. Sylvia, thank you very much. Christopher, thank you very much. And of course, that dangerous substitute, Dan. Thank you very much for handling a very controversial topic, gender parity. Thank you for giving it your best. Thank you very much. Thank you for warming up to Mountains of the Moon University. Yes, please sanitize. Thank you so much. We now would like to invite our hosts, Bishop Stuart University. Did you mobilize the whole university? It's okay, we have 3 judges. Okay. So we are inviting Elvis. Elvis, take your position. And Tabitha, take your position. Bishop University. Yeah. the ululation is expected. They will be tackling a topic, death penalty. The death penalty, a torturous road, and invisible torture. Discuss. Gentlemen and lady, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Being on the death row is equivalent to a dead man walking.
The dictionary meaning of a dead man walking is a man moving from the prison cell to the place of execution.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tabitha Kasem Tambirungu.
And I'm Nyango Regan Alvis.
We are students of Bishop Stuart University.
Over the next 20 minutes,
we are going to be taking you through the topic, the death penalty, a torturous road.
An invisible torture. Death penalty may be defined as the state-sanctioned punishment of execution. It is murder in disguise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the death penalty can be traced back to so many historical roots and backgrounds of societies around the world. Some of the types of execution have been progressed around the world. For example, there is hanging, burning at the stake, there is the guillotine, and ladies and gentlemen, there is also the injecting of poisonous substances into someone's system.
Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion of the desirability of death penalty is rooted from 427 BC in Greece.
But ladies and gentlemen, a discussion on the discussion of the death penalty cannot go exclusive of the right to life.
Internationally, the right to life has been provided for. For example, under Article 4 of the African Charter on Human and Political Rights, and under Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
But still, ladies and gentlemen, under Article 1, Clause 1 of the Convention Against Torture, and under Article 6, Clause 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, both state that the death penalty is a lawful sanction and indeed the exception of the right to life.
Though there are international treaties that provide for death penalty as a lawful punishment, it is crucial to note that there are still international treaties that are against the death penalty. The main treaty that is against the death penalty is the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
But even with such attempts to abolish the death penalty, there are so many countries around the world that still bear this in their justice systems. For example, our very own Uganda under Article 22, Clause 1 of the 1995 Constitution. This provides for the protection of the right to life, but still it bears an exception which provides the living of the death penalty in our justice system. But ladies and gentlemen, even with such legality, the death penalty still imposes on the right of freedom of torture. And this is provided for under Article 24 of the same Constitution. And ladies and gentlemen, the freedom of torture is a non-delegable right under Article 44 of the same Constitution. Therefore, by no means can this right be violated.
Still, ladies and gentlemen, basing ourselves on the Ugandan jurisdiction, under the case of Susan Chigula and 417 others against the Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 6 of 2003, a panel of 7 justices held and stated that once inmates spend more than 3 years on a death row, they will be deemed to be on life imprisonment and not death penalty. That is without the intervenence of the executive. Further, under the same case of Susan Chigula, as per the affidavit of Okwang Anthony, who was a commissioner then under paragraph 8Q, it was noted, it is to be noted, in fact, that these prisoners were constantly reminded of their execution day after day, hour after hour. Their crimes were reminded to them on every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, still under paragraph 8.2 of the very affidavit by Okwang Anthony, it is to be noted that once the inmates did not die during the execution, they were further hit with a crowbar over the head or a hammer over the head to ascertain that they were dead.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed torturous in nature because it subjects these prisoners to a very slow and painful death. Therefore, it was on this basis that over 181 prisoners who are on the death row were commuted to life imprisonment, and subsequently, 5 of which were set free. One of which is, of course, the famous Susan Chigula, who is now a proud mother, a lawyer, and a global ambassador of the human rights. But furthermore, in the Zimbabwe case, in the Catholic Society versus the Attorney General and others, it was held that the death penalty is unconstitutional because of the prolonged delay on the death row by the prisoners. And these prisoners were subjected to severe confinement, which caused them the death row syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. And furthermore, court held that these prisoners are not denuded of their constitutional rights by their convictions. They can still enjoy the rights guaranteed to them under the Constitution, one of which is, of course, the freedom from torture.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should be alive to the fact that not all the people that face death penalty are guilty. Many people are innocent. A case in point is Edward Edrima Mpaji. This man was sentenced to death and he spent 18 years on death row, yet he was later found to be innocent. What a torturous rod.
But ladies and gentlemen, sometimes this realization of innocence comes when it is already too late, when an innocent life has already been lost. For example, in the case of George Stinney versus the state of Carolina, it was stated that this boy, this 14-year-old American boy, was executed of a crime that he did not commit. But this was realized 70 years after his execution in 1944.
Ladies and gentlemen, why should we continue to execute innocent Ugandans? Due to the possibilities of executing innocent people over just alleges, why don't we rather eradicate the death penalty from the justice system of our countries? For example, we have Edrima Edward Mpaji. This man was sentenced to death, yet he was innocent. We have another example of Thomas Miller. He was put on death row, yet he was also innocent. Why do we continue to shed innocent blood, yet we have an option of life imprisonment?
Indeed, why should we? But ladies and gentlemen, the death penalty also leaves no room for reconciliation, which is provided for under the 1995 Constitution.
We would have this whole world life.
But still, on the notion of an eye for an eye, in 2018, while addressing the judges, the President of the Republic of Uganda had to say this, and I quote, "I saw some NGOs opposing the death penalty. In a pre-industrial society like ours, opposing the death penalty would be like a recipe for disaster. We believe in the law of Moses, an eye for an eye."
To differ from the President, borrowing from the Canadian jurisdiction in 1971. In fact, in 1917, it is to be noted that a politician, a journalist, and a panelist, Graham, stated in the Canadian Parliament that if we were to follow the national, we would have a few honorable ladies and gentlemen that would be able to stand to be blameless, as many would be toothless and many others blind. Still borrowing from the Canadian perspective, in 1976, it is to be noted that Canada abolished death penalty. Ladies and gentlemen, Canada abolished death penalty. And the crime rates at the moment in Canada are twice as lower as they were in the period before 1976. I mean, why do we have to keep this torturous and monstrous thing in our constitution and jurisdiction if we have other options? Ladies and gentlemen, it is our government, therefore, that we can still have crime rates go down despite the existence of the death penalty within the jurisdictions of our state.
Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor as students of Bishop Stuart University to state that the death penalty should indeed be abolished out of our justice system, and all statutes bearing the same be amended accordingly to provide for a bittersweet alternative as the right, as the right to life and life imprisonment.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, amongst the statutes that provide for the death penalty are the UPDF Act, which provides for 17 offenses that carry that punishment.
And of course, we have the penal code, which provides for 7 of these offenses that carry the death penalty.
And the Anti-Terrorism Act that carries 3 of the offenses that carry a punishment of death penalty. Amongst these offenses are robbery,
There is rape.
terrorism,
Ladies and gentlemen, there is also being in possession of firearms.
among others. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to add a voice to the many voices that have risen over generations in the struggle to abolish death penalty. Ladies and gentlemen, we can still do without death penalty. Amongst these voices have been the United Nations,
The Foundation for Human Rights Initiative,
the European Union,
the World Coalition Against the Death Penalty. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we conclude and say that
a dead man walking shall have reincarnation.
in the abolition of the death penalty.
What a better way to build back better by abolishing death penalty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Building back better. Thank you so much, Elvis, and thank you so much, Tabitha, for putting up a case against the death penalty. I would now like to invite Uganda Christian University, who will be represented by Nachigude Speria. Nachigude Speria, please join me in welcoming UCU, the defending champions. But the club was so different from the hosts. Speria, in a rare move, will be presenting alone. Speria, the floor is yours.
The panel of judges, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. My name is Maria Speria Nachigude, and I'm a student of law at Uganda Christian University. I'll be submitting on question 1, which is to the effect that death penalty, a torturous road, and invisible torture. Understand that for us to demystify this topic, 3 things that we need to understand. Where did the death penalty come from? How did it transition from wherever it came from to come into Uganda? Having covered that aspect, then we need to understand the status quo. How many countries? Is it that the way it was brought, it is still the way it is still maintained and all that? So in my speech, I'll be handling in 5 segments. 1, I'll go ahead to define for you what the death penalty in essence is, what it looks like, its basic history and how it was carried out. Secondly, I'll give you the status quo of how it is running. But the most important aspect is the very rationale of this death penalty, ladies and gentlemen. And then I will tackle the most contentious issue, which is how torturous is it? It is not enough to argue that the death penalty should be removed without necessarily justifying why it was put in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the death penalty? The previous colleagues have done a good job in demystifying the definition, but briefly to be put, it is a lawful sanction that is put on a convict who has violated a criminal law. How was it done? We then need to discuss the status quo. How has the world adopted to this death penalty and all that? Out of the 195 countries of the United Nations, only 108 have abolished the death penalty, both in law and in practice. There is no moratorium amongst those countries. Only 54 countries have maintained the death penalty for all criminals, countries such as China, where up to now they still hang people and do all sorts of things in execution of the death penalty. And 28 countries have abolished, but they abolished to a restrictive mechanism. That is to say that the death penalty is then restricted to a certain amount of crimes, right? So, dear panel of judges, it is now important for us to understand, for us as Uganda, what have we done? What is our history of death penalty? Ladies and gentlemen, the last execution Uganda had was in 1999. In 1999 is when we had the last civilian execution. However, Amnesty International 2005 reports that the very last execution we had was essentially in 2003, where we had like 23 civilians being hung and executed on the death penalty, right? So now we understand where Uganda is transitioning from and our status quo at large within the world. The most important questions that are in this question is, one, what is that very rationale as to why we have the death penalty, so that we can stand up and say, indeed, we should do away with it. One wonders how you'd want to eliminate something without demystifying what you're going to replace it with, or how whatever your replacement fits within that particular mechanism. Understand, dear panel of judges, that the death penalty lies behind a number of histories, but the most important ones for this discussion are the retributive theory and the deterrent theory. The retributionists are the people who believe that the death penalty should necessarily be fronted for various reasons. Robert Blackard, in his paper Demystifying the Death Penalty, argued that the retributionist concern is not on whether or not it is going to produce some sort of good. In fact, he says that, don't ask us the question of what is it going to do. Ask us the question of what has happened. And that is why he says that in one word, he would say that the death penalty is justified. I mean, in the retributive view, it is justified for justice's sake. They think or believe that then they get to achieve a certain level of justice, and that is very crucial to them. And in 3 words, he just says they deserve it. What about the deterrent mechanism, which is the most aspect, or the most important aspect of punishment in realizing a progressively developing society? Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, understand also that in deterrence is like a process of ensuring that the entire society does not necessarily continue doing a certain sort of crime, in this case, the capital punishments that are in regards to the death penalty. Now, is this death penalty in essence actually achieving that sort of deterrence is a question we should be asking. For purposes of context and characterization, ladies and gentlemen, we need to understand that offenders of capital punishments, for example, serial killers, someone who can just stand here and unequivocally bomb the whole Mbara, those kinds of hearts, those kinds of mentalities are not ones that can merely be threatened by a death penalty, really. So on deterrence, would then argue that it also fails because the nature of these very offenders is not one that would guarantee the continuance or the deterrence in its very nature, right? So now it is important for us to, we have understood the history, the status quo, the reasoning. Now we need to understand, why have those countries that have abolished actually abolished, and why have certain countries retained? The theories explain partly why certain countries have maintained because of the retributionist theory that I have given you and told you how Robert Blackard demystified it in that particular sector. So those that have necessarily done away with it, what has been the incentive, the 108 countries that I talked about? The incentive of the argument they have is specifically about the realization of the human rights, the right to life, and then the right against torture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to understand the legal perspective of this. What is the law guiding this whole death penalty? Understand that in the Constitution of Uganda, under Article 22, Clause 1, it clearly demystifies the right to life, that everyone has a right to life, except in circumstances where a legal framework can ably demonstrate that you do not deserve that kind of right. But we cannot discuss this without highlighting Article 24 of the Constitution that necessarily talks about the right of protection from torture, dehumaning treatment, and other sorts of things that go or like in contradiction with the right to life. So ladies and gentlemen, the ICCPR necessarily under Article 6, Clause 2 of the ICCPR protocol, which Uganda is a party to, by the way, also says that it only urges states to abolish or restrict the death penalty strictly to those of extreme matters. That is to say that the ICCPR in essence does not actually take away the death penalty. It only restricts it to a certain extent, right? Now, the second option protocol that they talked about is one that seeks to agitate all the states to take a progressive move to ban the death penalty. But the unfortunate bit is that Uganda is not a party to that. What that means, it is not binding on it. That is why we are still in the state of a moratorium as we progressively continue. Now, I come to the most important aspect, and this is the unique thing about my presentation, exactly demonstrating to you how torturous it is with very many examples and scenarios that I'm going to demonstrate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Susan Chigula case in the Supreme Court has a lot to do with the future and the history of the death penalty in Uganda. Understand three major aspects. The case was broad, obviously, and it discussed a lot of human rights. But the three major aspects that we do get from the Susan Chigula case, one is the aspect of mandatory execution by by the judges while ruling. The second aspect on the execution, the form of execution of this particular death penalty. And the third aspect is on the question of how long should one take while on the death penalty. So I'll be using that case subsequently to discuss each topic and show you how this in turn becomes very torturous and indeed invisible torture, as I'll be subsequently hammering on that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with a mandatory execution. In the Susan Chigula case, the Supreme Court ruled that it is not mandatory. And the reasoning was very simple, that the mandatory execution necessarily denies that judiciary the power to control. Like in case we have some sort of mitigating factors, if by the very essence of the Constitution would not then have that power to sort of mitigate. So the Susan Chigula case on that only says that it is not mandatory, but also does not take it away. That is to say that the death penalty continues to exist within the legal framework. The second aspect, which is very crucial to our discussion, is the aspect of execution. Ladies and gentlemen, that Susan Chigula case argued, or like the Supreme Court ruled that the most quick way to kill a person, or one that is seemingly less painful, is the aspect of execution by hanging. Now I'm about to show you that does not make it even less torturous in nature. So, execution by hanging. Let us examine the technicalities. Foundation for Human Rights Initiative clearly sets aside some of the technicalities that need to be taken into place while execution by hanging is going to be demonstrated. One of them is that proper measurements should actually be taken. That is to say, the height of the person, the weight of this person, and I'll be showing you subsequently how that has an effect to whether or not they clearly get a fair execution by hanging or they are killed by other things that are torturous and very horrible for anyone to ever dream of. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at that particular law the research paper that I have cited, they say that once the drop is too short for the person, that person is not actually going to die of hanging. They're going to die because of strangulation. It's going to strangle them, and that is how they're going to die. But when the drop is too long again, that is to say that the execution happens and that the head is taken away from the body. How torturous can this sort of thing happen to everyone? Like, imagine someone being hung, but because a certain person was not careful with the technicalities, the body is thrown away and the head lies apart. The sad thing about this is necessarily that most of the executing bodies do not even take consideration or take note of these particular aspects while carrying out this execution. And that is very painful. What have I proved to you so far? I have proved to you that the very nature of this execution by hanging is one that is painful and torturous in nature. Understand the distinction is that at what point does the person lose that right of freedom of protection from torture and dehumanizing any form of activity as regards to Article 24? Is it at the point when they are sentenced to death or at the point when they actually die? It is my averment, therefore, that a person being convicted of the death penalty does not necessarily disregard them of that particular right of protection against torture. They still maintain that right until they do not exist at the end of the day, right? So, having understood that, what has happened, a lot of affidavits in the Susan Chigula case have a lot to say about this execution and hanging actually happens. A case in scenario is the execution of Haj Sebirumbi. Haj Sebirumbi was executed for 1 full hour. 1 full hour being taken off the rope and going back. Imagine that experience of they put you up, they strangle you, then you fail to die because of the technicalities that I've already talked about. You fall down, they get you and they put you back on that same rope. If that is not torture, then I surely do not know what it is. We think that also that sort of execution, 1 full hour executing someone, that kind of thing is dehumaning in nature. What happened to James Chiinji? James Chiinji was executed because he was very fat and the weight was not matching with the drop that they gave. So he fell down on the baseline. They brought him back. The second time he fell down on the baseline. I don't know, they did not measure those things very well, so they were not coherent.
We need to appreciate the fact that when the death penalty has happened, it does not stop on those people that have been convicted. In and of itself, it spreads back to the community. And this is where the aspect of invisible torture within the question comes in. How does this work? Nature Justin, on the 10th of October, while addressing
against death penalty, articulated her experience, but she spent 14 years on death row waiting to be executed and die. Eventually, she was sharing on her experience on death row, and she said that her 3-year-old girl could not even go to school because she was in prison. Maybe that could not be the gist of the discussion, but let us look at her experience, how it was tormenting. She said that, in fact, in her words, she said that, I had sleepless nights, and if I was not a strong woman, I would have run insane. The torture, the treatment that is given, and back to the society. Let us examine the feelings of those people whose people have been convicted. First of all, we acknowledge that some of these people even bear in mind that this person could have been innocent. The stigmatization that they suffer within community, the sort of isolation they get within community. If that is not psychological torture to you, then it does not mean, okay, it just means you're not human enough. Because all this isolation, all this time that is wasted on, and all these things, I think all that amount to torture, and which is something that is very regrettable. So I have been able to demonstrate to you how the death penalty in essence becomes very torturous and indeed an invisible road, because then it extends also to the community, to the relatives of these people, and how in essence it retards the progress of the society at large. The bigger question is now, what should we do? Understand that in my discussion of the retributionalists, their argument is basically that they deserve it and we need justice. So how then do we achieve justice for these people without necessarily employing the death penalty is the gist of the discussion, right? Understand, panel of judges and ladies and gentlemen, that in the life imprisonment, I mean that, one, we satisfy the aspect of punishment because no one enjoys being in the cells of Luzia or anywhere in this world. We think then there is some aspect of punishment that is being inflicted on this person, right? The second aspect you'd want to examine is the kind of reformation and rehabilitation they're actually going to get. On the other side of the hand, when you look at the death penalty, you do not get some sort of rehabilitation. And I've already told you how these criminals, like in their very nature, are very bad people and they don't even care about the death penalties. So in essence, it is important for us to acknowledge that aspect of the death penalty, of the life imprisonment, which one solves all the problems, all the achievements that you would have gotten in a death penalty. But on a progressive view, they even have some benefits such as rehabilitation and reconstruction. A perfect example is Susan Chigula, was in prison and she's now a proud lawyer, she's a proud mother. You can see that there is some sort of transformation, and that is evidence that that is a better way to go. The last thing that I will recommend is the abolition, like total abolishment of the death penalty from our laws, not the aspect of a moratorium where we just keep them for a few crimes. Why? How are we going to do that? We do that by ratifying the other second optional protocol that I talked about, which in essence like commands all these countries to necessarily do away with this death penalty, but also commands that they do not return. That is to say that there is no turn back in this particular aspect once we employ that ratification in essence. Ladies and gentlemen, my speech has been about a lot of things, but before I leave, I want to be remembered for having demonstrated to you how hurtful it is to execute someone by hanging, how hurtful it is to wait for other 14 years on death row, how hurtful and unbeneficial it is to the society. But most importantly, how the alternative is even a better way. What do we lose by having someone in prison while they're busy rehabilitating, while they're busy thinking, and we still have an opt-out mechanism that in case this person is appealed later and they are found innocent, we can still demonstrate and bring them back to life because then we have not killed them. But where you hang them, you cannot bring them back. You just realize that, oh, we actually hung this person for nothing. That is very painful. Do away with the death penalty because it is torturous and an invisible road to torture in itself. Thank you.
That is Nachigude. Nachigude Speria, spirited fight defending the trophy from UCU. Thank you very much. Please join me again in appreciating Nachigude. Elvis and Tabitha, could we have you back for the question and answer? Ms. Natskunda, you have heard. The judge has heard. Okay. We have 10 minutes for question and answer. I'll start with you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with Bishop Stuart University. So first, you claim that the death penalty is torturous, yes? I want you to reconcile the position in the Susan Chigula case, where the justices based on the argument that every kind of punishment must have some sort of pain or unpleasantness, yes? You can't simply say that you're punishing someone when they don't get any pain in effect. I want you to reconcile that argument, yeah, with your proposition. Secondly, the death penalty has continued in existence in Uganda because of public support. I remember FHRI conducted a poll, yeah, and 53% of Ugandans believe the death penalty should be maintained. So as you're agitating for the abolition of the same, in what practicableness can you change public opinion? Considering also the environment, the social environment in place, which is we have violent crimes, terrorism, and all these things. Then the third question, and that is your argument of execution of innocent lives, yes? Now, on that question, I want to ask you that in the Susan Chigula case, the Supreme Court introduced a reform. One is that if someone is on death row for 3 years, their punishment is committed to life imprisonment. Secondly, the issue that under the Constitution, a death penalty has to be confirmed by the highest appellate court. That means all legal revision, all legal review, everything takes place. So most likely the courts are right when they impose a death sentence. So how can you defend your claim that people are killed innocently? Spirio, you see you. I have like only 2 questions. 1. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to stop you because they are mammoth puns. Just 1 minute, because I want all of you to say something. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Antume Sharif from Kampala International University. My question goes to Bishop Stuart, especially my brother, Nyako Ligan. Now, in your submission, you seem to be more of claiming that there are people who are sentenced to death and actually they are innocent. How about those people who are actually guilty? People like Dominic Ongwen who have actually persecuted people for 20 years. How then should we deal with those people? Now, still, don't you think that then the prosecution that owes the burden of proof to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt has in some way gone astray, whereby we have even the constitution, the sentencing guidelines of 2013, whereby actually these offenses, if they are committed and they are sentencing these people to death, they are actually guided. Then should we also say that the people who are actually guilty should also be set free, or we only focus on those ones who are killed when they are actually innocent?
Thank you very much. This is Jason from UPU. Mine is a question of reason. I want you to compare two scenarios, especially my sister from UCU. You try to agitate for the people that have been convicted, experiencing a lot of torture. How about the family of the victims that have already lost their loved ones, especially the family members that have lost breadwinners? Don't you think it is a lifetime torture? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Augustine from Mountains Over the Moon University. My question is also going to go to Bishop Stuart, and I'm asking, there is a singer in Uganda by names of Matthias Walker did say that akwagaliza komera, akwagaliza ntana, which actually I've seen that for you people, you're advocating for life imprisonment as the solution to death penalty. Taking this person alone to the prison, it means you've barred him down. He cannot do anything, and it's almost equivalent to the death which you are actually not advocating for. So my question is, who then to you deserves the death penalty? And with this increasing rate of atrocities across the globe, do you think removing the death penalty alone will not increase just the rate of these crimes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Eka Sambalan from Cavendish University. My question goes to Bishop Stuart. I would like you to tell me your opinion about Justice Chuno Mujuni's holding in the case you've been repeatedly citing of Susan Chigula, where he said that every sentence must involve pain and suffering for it to achieve the purpose of being a punishment. Further, he said that a death sentence is not merely designated to remove
and not torture us to the crimes which are currently being whose punishment is being what are the descendants to murder. That's one.
Superior. Is it fair for us to keep feeding gruesome murderers in our prison using tax money? And also to Bishop Stuart University, you did say that very many times victims have actually been found out innocent. Do you think that it is just the system which is ineffective? Actually, if we improve on it and we ensure there is effective investigation, we can still have the death punishment and death penalty on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, University. Thank you, sir.
I'm called Asimwe Nicholas Banjizi, BSU law student. This goes to UCU. The proponents of death penalty being legal argue strongly that it works as a deterrent. In your submission, you said the kind of people that do commit these serious offenses, felonies, whether it's there or not, they will go on and commit them. But at a larger picture, all correctional measures that we currently must have an element of infringing on the human rights so that people can be deterred or stopped from committing those offenses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Akankule Makini from Barra University of Science and Technology. My question goes to Bishop Stuart University. I would like you to just cite out the types or examples of torture that were in Susan Chigura's case. And another question is,
the other question goes to UCU. So you argue that we should have lifelong imprisonment instead of torture. Now the question is, if someone has been convicted and they are guilty, Already we know that after conviction, they undergo what we can call psychological torture. And this means that they will be tortured psychologically till they die. The question is, don't you really think it is better to let them die early enough than letting them go through a lifelong time of torture?
Thank you very
Very
much.
much. Go ahead.
Hawe Edwin, my question goes to Bishop Stuart University. According to research, 28.7% of the prisoners have carried out suicide in prison after being subjected to life imprisonment. Don't you think it is upon their decision to undergo death penalty rather than life imprisonment? And besides so, you have mentioned how torturous the process is after mentioning the length of time that it takes. Applying the first means like lethal injection and firing squad, do you think it is justifiable to have the death penalty? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kotafire John from Bishop Stuart University. And my question goes to Madam Nachigude, UCU. Madam Nachigude, to me, I think nothing before me but this. Because for having seen the beginning but not the end of your presentation. And basing on the major issues and objectives of any good or bad law would be efficiency and efficacy. And do you think that death row would start with suffering before execution? To me, I think it is a total yes, because in Baganda, they have a saying that echibichi gwanawala. Until it happens to you, that's when you realize that death row is totally needed. And since the target of good result would be promoting and protecting, or even deterring other persons that would have the same thinking, justify by presenting your presentation into our jurisprudence of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more? Yes.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the two of you. My name is Mujuri Zidan, Mountains of the Moon University. Under Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, it guarantees the right to life. So, my dear activists, if you are defending that there shouldn't be death penalty, and there are people with evidence who have been caught killing their fellows in cold blood, so are you guaranteeing that life for the family?
Recording in progress.
I'll give the timekeeper one more because it's the timekeeper.
Thank you so much. My name is American, and this question goes
directly to UCU. One, I would like you to first tell us how many inmates are on death row. But two, I want you to acknowledge that we are living in a society where, like Uganda currently, Uganda is too poor. Like, people have been suffering, people are too poor. And the only option is that if they know that they are going to commit a crime and go to prison and start feeding on that sort of portion when it is free, they have to go and commit it, because at the end of the day, they aren't going to die. So what solution are you trying to provide to them? That they should come and commit that sort of crime and then have that sort of path to always actually benefit on government's money, taxpayers' money, or the person that they committed the crime. Thank you so much.
Timekeeper. Okay, we'll start with Bishop Stuart University, and then we'll get on to UCU.
Okay.
We have 10 minutes, so keep it within 10 minutes.
Okay. So I'll first
Five.
answer the question that was from the gentleman from Makerere University, and combined with the one that was from Cavendish University, because they quoted Justice Twinom Juni from the case of Susan Chigula, whereby he said that every kind of punishment must be accompanied with pain for it to achieve justice in the society. But in presenting, I say that our justice system is aimed at rehabilitating and not starting vengeance. In as much as there is pain subjected to these people because they are separated from their loved ones and maybe from their friends, and maybe even the right to livelihood being taken out from them. But then this is all to rehabilitate them and to make them better people before they join back the society. It is not to actually inflict pain, but it is to make them better people for the society.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. To answer the gentleman and there were three gentlemen. We are going to look at the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. We are here not to do a competition merely. We are here to advocate. Basing on the case of Basajawalaba versus Uganda Revenue Authority, it was stated that substance will override form. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at solutions and not merely technicalities. You are not just going to tell me that just because someone executed the other, he too needs execution. When we execute the other, an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. But how about if we seek to rehabilitate them as per Article 126(2)(d)? We are saving a generation by doing that instead of execution. Still, Macklin asked a question that was directed to us about the different forms of punishment, of torture, sorry. As per the affidavit of Okwang Anthony, paragraph 8(2) and paragraph 8(2) and paragraph 27 and paragraph 27p, it is to be noted, ladies and gentlemen, that these people were locked in chamber E. That was the chamber in which the inmates that were or to be sentenced on death row were. And right behind chamber E were the people making coffins. That it's in itself is torturous because someone makes for you a coffin before you really die. The other form is being constantly reminded of your execution. That is as per paragraph 8(2) and as per paragraph 8(2), it is to be noted, ladies and gentlemen, that these people were also hammered over the head with a hammer or a clover. Thank you.
I'll also address the question about the inmates on the death row being 20% who have been committing suicide in prison before their death sentences. But while I was also addressing this, I stated that sometimes severe confinement can cause these inmates the death row syndrome, and sometimes they are psychologically tortured and they go through a lot of emotional distress. And that's why we are saying that indeed the death penalty should be removed, because these people are continuing to be tortured psychologically by the mere fact that they know anytime that they can die. And that's why we take the stand that indeed the death row should be abolished, because these people still deserve a chance of rehabilitation and reconciliation rather than death. Sorry.
So I'll be answering my questions. I just didn't take record of the people who asked. The first question that was asked to me was whether or not the death penalty in and of itself is justifiable. One thing I need to help you understand from the very point, my question sought to address on whether or not it is torturous or not torturous. So if I have not been able to convince you on whether it extends some sort of torture, then maybe that is a point I should have clarified. But also even the justification, then they asked me a question of whether, after proving that the question really was requiring me to show you how torturous, which I think I have done, there's no question in that regard, but on whether or not the life imprisonment is effective or it is a better option since it also inflicts torture. Understand that the very effort of bringing up punishment is not so that these people should go to prison and enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. It is so that these people can feel pain, they can pay for whatever they have done, but not in an inhumane way where they just put you on the rope and hang you. And that was the argument that I made. Then the second question that was addressed to me was in regards to deterrence, and the gentleman who argued said that even if, like, there's no one who wouldn't fear to die, and so it is deterrent. And then I told you, for purposes of context, ladies and gentlemen, people who are capital offenders have a certain sort of psychology. You don't want to take a person who is going to kill the whole Mbara as a typically normal person, really. They have a certain sort of heart. And I have showed you that the evidence is the kind of acts and behavior that they portray to the public. So they're not really threatened, that is to say. And I told you that the life imprisonment is better because then we get to approach them psychologically in terms of rehabilitation. But remember, when they go to prison, it's not like they wake up, eat breakfast, and sleep. I think that brings me to the question that Ian asked me, that you see, if we keep on sending these people to freedom and then they eat our food, aren't we incentivizing like society to continue committing crime even if they are poor? A person who has never visited prison is a person who can speak like that. Why? There is no peace. Like, it's not a matter of waking up and eating food. Even if you're poor, you would rather prefer a life outside where you can fend for yourself, where you can find any sort of mechanism to survive, rather than be put in prison. Honestly speaking, a person who has not been to prison, see the lots of work those people do, or not by the way, but a lot of things that happen. Really, I don't think that there is anyone who is going to be incentivized to commit crime just so they can go and enjoy posho and beans in prison. I think that was a bit of vague in that regard. Then the other question that was asked to me was the aspect of psychological torture and whether or not these people shouldn't be let to die early. Remember when I told you that the right against torture and freedom of human dignity does not stop at the very point when someone is convicted, right? As long as someone's still alive, they still enjoy that right. That is why we cannot torture them, because it is unlawful in essence. And also the people, even if we kill these people, like the person asked about the 75 bombing, like people who died in the bombing, those people can't come back and we have to make peace with it. But you also can't guarantee that even if we killed this person, those victims are going to get that sort of satisfaction. That kind of guarantee cannot be there, and so the guarantee for the death penalty cannot exist in that sphere.
Thank you so much. I will raise a question that came from someone who said that shouldn't they die other than letting them go to lifelong suffering? This one I would like to say before Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. I've followed him previously, for example, on last year on the World Day against commemoration of the World Day against the death penalty, where he stated that there is no finality in the justice system. We have seen examples of people like Patrick Zizinga, rest in peace, who died during COVID. We had a testimony of Justine Nancha, who after being sent to death row, she could still even coming out confess that she had not done this crime. And that was the reason as to why she came out. And now, just imagine if this person had been executed. The same applied to Patrick Zizinga. He had not done the crime. There was evidence of people testifying on how they were bribed to give evidence against him. So just imagine this person had been executed. So we cannot guarantee a finality in our justice system. And that's why we say that the death penalty should go, and much as we are not saying that death row, putting someone on death row is good, but at least if they are there, it is better than having them executed. Because now, if they were not on death row, I don't think they would have gotten this chance of being brought back to life. Then I will let someone address something.
Excuse me, can I be heard?
Unfortunately, it is time up. But like we have done for all the other team, let's put our hands together to acknowledge and appreciate UCU and to acknowledge Bishop Stuart University. Thank you very much. The judges will tell.
All right. We are going to have one last university, and then we will have our lunch, then break off and report back here at 4 for the Cultural Awards dinner. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Islamic University in Uganda. They are setting up for them to come online. And their presenter is called Muwando Martin Marvin. We request the people of the control room to please help us set up for the team at IUIU.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hello. Good afternoon to you all. This is the Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus. This is the team that is going to present. I'm called Martin Marvin with me.
And this is Mugoya Ashraf Harid, also representing Islamic University in Uganda. And right away, we shall move on to our question.
Sorry, Martin, just hold on a bit. Control room, can we see who is speaking? Can we see Martin? Or can Martin switch on their video? Or can you switch Martin's video on? Yes. Martin, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so Martin, you have 20 minutes to present. We have a timekeeper. I hope that the timekeeper can sit in a position where you can see them. And then we'll have 10 minutes for the Q&A, 5 for you to answer and 5 for questions on the floor. Thank you again, IUIU, for trying so hard to be here. Please join me in welcoming Martin and the team. IUIU, they are doing exams, but they've tried so hard to be here. We don't take that for granted. So Martin's face is there. Martin, please introduce yourself and then go ahead.
I'm Wanda Martin Marvin.
And this is Mugoya Ashraf Harid, representing Islamic University in Uganda. And our question is, the human rights movement in the post-COVID-19 era in Uganda, has it entered the end times or twilight? Basically, we are going to be analyzing the human rights movements, and we are asking ourselves a question. Has it entered the end times? In other words, is it getting to an end, or rather twilight, or to a new beginning? And right away, when we say that post-COVID-19 era, we are looking at the period after COVID-19. And so we shall start by defining what human rights movements are. Basically, it refers to a non-governmental social movement engaged in activism related to issues of human rights. And basically, human rights movements majorly engage in activism related to the human rights. So that's what we are going to be analyzing, and we are analyzing them after, or rather in the post-COVID era. So what are human rights? Human rights, according to the United Nations Charter on the Declaration of Human Rights are inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, or any other status. Basically, and these human rights are also embodied in the 1995 Constitution, particularly Chapter 4. That's where we find these human rights. And according to the case of Christopher Mutikila versus Atungenu, these rights are inherent. They are not gifts from the state. It's not the state that gives us these gifts, but rather they are inherent. Once one is born a human being, they deserve to have these rights. Now, briefly, on the history of these of the modern human rights movement, they were born in the 1960s, though the roots of some of the contemporary organization extend further back in time. Basically, we can look at the era of Idi Amin Dada, the former president, once the president of Uganda. Basically, it was in his era where there was so much gross violation of human rights. Now, past that era, human rights movement started coming up. Now, in regards to that promise of the human rights, we look at human rights bodies that were put up. by the 1995 Constitution, such as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, which was put up. We also have now, besides that, we have others that have come up and have faced the test of time. We have the Uganda Human Rights Association, Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, that's FIDA, and the Uganda Law Society. Basically, those are some of the oldest organizations that we are going to be talking about. And now in the modern ones, we have the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. We have Uganda Gender Resource Center. We have Chapter 4 Uganda that was recently shut down by the government. Now let's get to the point. These human rights movements have faced a lot of challenges in the post-COVID-19 era. What are some of those? Basically, when we look at the human rights, they are facing a challenge of expressing the human rights violations due to non-respect to the right of assembly as provided for. We are all aware that in Uganda, particularly, the right to assembly is not much respected. And what is the right to assembly? Where people can move out and express themselves, as it is a right embodied in the under Chapter 4 of the Constitution. But the human rights movements have faced this challenge, whereby so many times they are stopped, they are rather not allowed to come out and express themselves because of so many draconian laws that have been put in place, particularly to prevent them. We have the Public Order Management Act that was passed by Parliament. This act, it's on record. It was not passed particularly to put the society in order, but rather to limit several activities, more so of such movements, and it has become a huge challenge to them. Secondly, we have the raiding and crackdown of premises and the individual advocates of the human rights movements by the government. We've seen this happen. The government has continued to target so many human rights premises, and in the view of trying to put them down, in the view of trying to stop them from rather continuing with what they do. And we can look at human rights activists such as Nicholas Opio, who the director of Chapter 4 Uganda, a human rights advocacy group whose activities have actually been banned by the NGO Bureau. And when we look at the reasonings that they bring on board, they are actually not standing, they cannot stand the test of time. It's clear that these activists that they do target are the ones that tell the government what is wrong and what is right, what should be done and what should be done in what way. And it's clear that our government does not want such. So this continued crackdown of premises and targeting of human rights activists has continued to be a problem in this post-COVID-19 era. Then there is also disregard of recommendations by the human rights movements and to the government by the government itself. So many times it's clear these human rights movements have tried their level best to come up and advise the government on so many issues related to human rights. It's clear that during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were in the lockdown, that there was a lot of gross human rights violations, where we used to see LDUs, the military men, the Uganda police, brutalizing, removing the rights of the people. And so when these human rights movements tried their level best to advocate amidst the lockdown, they were hiding in the disguise of preventing COVID-19, but rather there was a lot of increase in the violation of human rights. We saw LDU personnel on several occasions caning, brutalizing people in their homes, all in the name of following presidential directives. There is also strategic use of state violence. And basically what we mean by this strategic use of state violence, we can look at where the state targets these people. And on that very point, all this that is done at cracking down their premises, arresting, the NGO Bureau coming without clear reasons and just coming up with allegations and stopping various human rights movements, stopping them from working or rather operating. All that is strategic use of state violence to rather prevent what? To prevent these movements from proceeding with what they do. There is also, we can also move on to the other point of rather, which was also very serious. There was fair trial and access to justice. It is a challenge that came up in this post-COVID-19 era, whereby, how did it come up? We've seen when it came to the justice, according to the spokesperson, to the prison spokesperson, Mr. Bamwine, it was reported that the prisons are filled up and there is hardly any space left. And this has caused the health concerns in the prisons, you get it? And according to this report, third of the inmates were suspects arrested for violation of COVID-19 restrictions. Now, there is justice, the ladies' justice denied. So it's clear during the COVID-19, so many of these people were arrested. When they were arrested, they were taken to state prisons, and up to now, some of them are still there. And so many times the president could come out and say, I've forgiven them, without putting into consideration their rights. There was also too much discrimination, and this is something that it's a challenge that the human rights movements have also faced in this post-COVID-19 era. How the discrimination started right away from the issuance of COVID-19 regulations by the head of state. We saw that these regulations were at a certain time discriminatory in nature. When the MP for Mitiana, Honorable Zake, was distributing food to the people, the state arrested him. It tortured him, it's on record. He had to go to the hospital, he had to be flown abroad. And it was all in the name of enforcing presidential directives. Now, when Honorable Haruna Kasolo, the Minister for Microfinance, held a mega rally amidst the COVID-19. Now, this sort of discrimination, and when now it was manifested during the COVID-19 era, and now when these gentlemen, when the human rights movement stand up and come up to try to rather put an end to such, that's when the state comes in and it targets them and it rather stops them from doing what? Proceeding. And it became a huge challenge to them. However, let's look at the positives gained by the human rights movement in the post-COVID-19 era. And my colleague, Mwando Martin Marvin, will take us through that.
So if you are to talk about, as we've seen already, that there has been a lot of negativity there has been a lot of negativities that have been achieved in the post-COVID-19 era. Though, as we all know very well, that always there in everything, we can't always talk about only the negativities only, but always there are always some lessons that we learn, and we can say that there are some gains that we have been able to learn in the post-COVID-19 era. The first one, I would say that human rights movements have explained on the platforms on which they air out their views of advocacy and recommendations to the public. During the pandemic, most activists learned how to use the social media platforms since they had to work from their homes during the lockdown. With this, we can always see very well that most people after the lockdown, when the president announced the lockdown, many people had to shift. We had to learn the hard way. Many people had to learn that we had to work maybe from homes. We had to do everything from our homes. And this is going to apply with the human rights. So with this, many people, for example, the activists, we had also to transfer our knowledge. We used to do it physically, but right now we had to do it on the social media. And we have to learn that maybe on the media, we can communicate, we can always carry out our information, and we enable the people to know their rights. And with this, I can say it has been achieved by the post-COVID-19 era. Also on televisions, I've realized they have realized that there are a lot of human rights violations. So human rights activists have been called to talk. So human rights activists have been able to be called to start talking to the people on media. For example, we can see on Twitter, we can hold Twitter spaces, and you can hold a Twitter space, and you talk to the people about their human rights. This is a positive gain that we've learned out of COVID-19. And furthermore, we can say even on Facebook, you can hold an on-live show and you communicate on the people on how they can enforce their rights. You communicate to them their rights, and you know very well if we can learn our rights, because most people are ignorant about their rights. If we can hold these shows, that means these people are going to know their rights, and that thereby they are going to start, they will start fighting for their rights. Yeah. For example, previously, actually, it's still going on. The teachers are striking. So how are they? They are striking because their rights have been violated, right? So with this, we can always hold, for example, Twitter spaces for teachers, and we can always communicate with them and we tell them how they can, you see, peaceful demonstrations are allowed, though the government is against them. Furthermore, we've seen that these rights that we are fighting for, they are under the chapter 4 of the 1995 Constitution that talks about these rights. And let me allow my colleague to first continue on that.
Yes. So basically, having heard from Wando, Martin, Marvin, I come in to conclude. So in conclusion, the human rights movements are a core ingredient in the advocacy of human rights under Chapter 4 of the Constitution. What do we mean by that? Due to the numerous challenges faced during the COVID-19 era before and the post, can't deny the fact that there were some achievements, like he has said, and those achievements can be increased if the different movements employ different tactics to curb their challenges. That is to say, empowering more people to be confident activists. You know, we have some confident activists who are not intimidated by the state or by any wind. We have activists like Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. We have activists like Sarah Birete. We have activists like the former Justice Minister for Integrity, Miriam Matembe. So we need to do that because this will create a Uganda that can enable them to reach to further places, and people carrying activities such as educating people on their different rights. We all know that at least the violation of human rights is or may be accumulated by people living under depression. Take the example of the COVID-19 era, and now the rising prices. This frustrates people, and eventually domestic violence. People become hyenas because of the challenges they face. People don't even know their rights. People do not know how to come up and try to rather push or advocate for their rights, because you cannot advocate for what you do not know that you have or what you do not know. So let's continue to fight for the different activists who are being imprisoned. This will show that the movements are still active and ready to fight for the rights of Ugandans amidst all the challenges that we face. In other words, we are not supposed to give up. This is a time for regrowth, rebirth, and a time of rejuvenation. We should therefore campaign in schools, on social media, and campaign on streets to rejuvenate human rights movements in Uganda. On that very point, we thank Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana for taking this step. It is really a fundamental step towards achieving our desired goal, our aspirations as human rights defenders, because taking up such a mantle, actually, in my very honest submission, I think Uganda Human Rights Commission should emulate, should actually bring people like Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana and the entire team together, and so that we can work together. We thank you very much. I remain Mugoya Ashraf Harid and Mwando Martin Marvin, representing Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, IU. Thank you, Martin. Please join me again in a hearty. Do you hear the hand claps?
Well, we are not. Let them clap a bit louder. Because honestly, we've really showed commitment amidst the challenges.
Please unmute that guy. Okay, we'll have a round of questions, Q&A. We have it for 10 minutes. Judges, 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes, five. Go, do your thing. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Fiona and I'm from Busitema University. The first speaker from IU, I quote him, he said, human rights movements are the ones that help government in decision making. But we all know, as we also, the Kakwenza Rukira case, he was tortured in a government prison over his novel, The Greedy Barbarian. How do you convince me that it's not an end time of human rights movements, especially in the post-COVID-19 era? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Montume Sharif from Kampala International University. Now, the submissions of our colleagues of the relationship between the government and these civil organization groups is good. But then, you know, the law is having three major tenets. The law is permissive, the law is restrictive, the law is mandatory. And as well, the total partem rule of natural justice requires us not only to determine the fate of the government in infringing the activities of these NGOs, but as well we have to understand what then has these organizations not fulfilled. Because when General Nyakailima banned, may he so rest in eternal peace, when he banned all these civil organizations, they had the reasons as why they did so. They were like, you are not transparent, you are not this. They wanted accountability and transparency. So if the law is there to restrict these civil organizations, and then they failed to follow the procedures or the rules that are there, now what then should be there? So in your submission, we would require to hear what advice do you give these civil organizations like ActionAid, like Chapter 4, like those ones, such that we have a good relationship between the government and these civil organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm Rogers Musime Ahiwa from Cavendish University. I wish to appreciate you for taking the time to actually be online. It's not taken for granted. However, I'm concerned regarding the supremacy of the right to life and observance of other human rights. During the COVID-19 times, we were actually facing a threat to life. So I'm wondering whether your freedom of the right to expression movement outweighs the right to life as enshrined under Article 6 of the ICCPR and commented about in the General Comment number 36. Please enlighten that. What outweighs the other? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, I'm Augustine from Mountain Southern University. And I'm going to thank the group, first of all, for such an eloquent submission. And I will applaud them and I say, okay, fine, yes, social movements are good and they impact or effect a change. But recently, I will use an example of the women that walked to parliament. They were contesting of the increased fuel prices and then increment in commodity prices. But actually the police of Uganda did give them protection to the parliament where they were going. So what is the whole issue here? The whole issue is every movement can be good, but the magnitude of execution is what makes the whole process wrong. Most of these people that we see coming on streets saying that they are social activists and they are doing social movements, most of them use it to advance one, own agendas. Two, most of them actually are funded by foreign bodies. How then can we clarify really and take it in that they are not advancing foreign agendas? Then secondly, I want you also to know that every state or every nation has this president and a government that takes an oath that they do actually swear to protect the citizen and their property. But most of these social movements, when you look at them very well in the magnitude that they use, they are so much destructive, and actually most of them are out of the election. Don't you think you'll be the same person to come and blame the government of not protecting the citizens? Let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Control Room. Thank you very much, AIT TV, for making this a really big success. Over to you, IU. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the questions were actually very good, and I thank you for those wonderful questions. All right, I will start with the very first question. The very first person that asked the question, the lady, wanted us to assure them that how do we tell them that these movements work with the government? Because according to her, the movements try to advise the government, but the government does not take up the advice. And she cited the Kakwenza Rukirabashaija saga, where he was arrested and several movements advised the government to release him, and the government was not responding. Well, when we talk about, that is just one example you've brought out. The fact is that yes, these movements they do not work against the government, but they are rather working hand in hand, and this is what we are advocating for. When actually basing on the Kakwenza saga, yes, Kakwenza was arrested, and indeed there was a lot of calls upon the government by the human rights movements to bring him to court or rather release him. Much as the government took long, it responded. Yes, it responded, and indeed these very movements are questioning into his torture. That is why at the end of the day, he was brought to court, given bail, much as he's on the run. But nonetheless, there was some success which we cannot despise or put aside by the human rights movement. And so many times they've come up, so many times the government has taken up the advice given by human rights movements, such as I've already seen Dr. Livingston Sewanyana being consulted. I've already seen the Uganda Human Rights Commission and so many other stakeholders being advising the government taking up the what. So that means that they can work with the government. Then the second person brought in the question, asked us to give him the answer on the right to expression, freedom of expression, and the right to life. Which one outweighs the other? None outweighs the other, because one, when you have a right to life and your rights are being violated, you will need to express yourself. Then you can also not express yourself if at all your right to life was taken away, implying that they work. They are like a stream of rivers that flow side by side. In other words, we are not looking into the question of which one outweighs the other, but rather they are all equally important. And we do not dispute the fact that the right to life is important, which is why even in our submission, when it came to the gross violation of human rights, it is one of the challenges that was faced, and these movements have tried and up to now are trying to rather solve. Then the other question, one gentleman brought in the issue of of these recent women who moved to parliament with protection from the police. And he said that they were working within the law. And he has told us that, yes, any president swears to protect the state. So how sure are we, he says that these movements come and promote foreign agenda? And how sure are we that they are not working to promote foreign agenda? That is why there is the NGO Bureau. That is why there is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Foreign, and so many other bodies and organizations like the Uganda Human Rights Movements. When it comes to human rights, it is a task, a very huge task that we cannot do alone. We need so many people to come on board. That's why, so the government regulates. We are not taking away that power from them. That's why when they come up and say this organization and this one are halted, they are suspended, we do not question their power of suspending, but rather we ask them to prove to us, why have you suspended them? If the reasons, if the grounds are clear, no one is above the law. We support them. So we do not try in any way to say that these movements are rather coming to promote foreign agenda. And perhaps even if they are promoting foreign agenda, as long as it's in the best interest of the people, then it is okay. Because we have the UN Charter, we have the African Charter on Human Rights. Those are all foreign agendas because they are not here. They are not laws made from here. So we have the United Nations. We have so many organizations that you could perhaps say that are promoting foreign agenda. But why do we work with them? Why do we allow them? As long as it is in the best interest of the people, then we go on with that. Basically, I think we managed to capture those questions. Yeah, the other was not clear, unless if they are given opportunity to re-ask it again. But due to, technology, those are the ones we've captured and we've tried to rather answer them very well. Thank you. Back to you at the command center.
Acknowledging our virtual team. You have put up a good virtual show. Thank you very much, IU. We are steadily getting to the climax of the two-day event. We are going in for lunch. Lunch is very, very ready. Okay. Lunch is ready. We'll have our lunch, and then we shall start our dinner 4:30 p.m. Go have lunch. Dress down into our cultural attire, and then let us come to the climax of this event.
For our lunch, we'll take you out table by table. So you please stay seated, and we'll start with our panelists and other invited guests. Let us now take prayer from Reverend Charles Mukundane to bless our lunch as we prepare to go.
Before Reverend comes, can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? Can we do that one stretch? Careful, Do that one stretch and let's clap for all of us with that hearty clap. No. You see, do you have a signature clap? Or we also just clap for? We just clap for. Okay, we'll just do that, one of ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta, and then a big one, yeah? Big, right? To all of us for the effort. For the effort, for the English. Judges, people have spoken English here. For the English, for the law. Some of us are paralegals, but we have had legal terms of jurisprudence, jurisdiction, of what? For the patrons, for the effort. Since all those. So we're going to do the pa 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 to each other. Okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Great. Reverend Mukundane.
Let's humble ourselves for the word of prayer. Father, we thank you for this beautiful time that you've given us, for the deliberations that have gone on here. opening the minds of the many people here. It has been so wonderful. And Lord, we pray that you continue to be amidst us. Give us your wisdom and your power and your love. Bless the meal that we are about to take. Bless everyone that is going to take it, and all those that have prepared the meal that we're going to take, so that our bodies get nourished and we continue to glorify your holy name through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Excellent.
very smart, those that have chosen the British culture, and those that have gone African. All extremely smart. So we thank you so much for the effort. And during the progress of the dinner, we will choose to go in two regions. So we will have someone from Uganda come here and dance Kutambula Ngo Muganda. Then we shall have someone from Angola to come and do what they call Okwemuka. And then if you have someone from Bugisu, we are very welcoming to Akadoji. We have our Akadoji already set. So we want to keep it interesting. And yes, in as much as we know that as an institution we're supposed to sit in a specific way, but feel free to mingle. It's okay to reach out to your peers and feel at home. So we thank you for once again keeping the time, and we hope for the best. We shall now play cultural themed music so as to keep up with the theme of the evening. So thank you very much and enjoy your catch-ups as we wait